Welcome back to Game of Theories. Today's tale: what if Ned Stark raised Jon openly as Rhaegar's son and the whole North swore to crown him? Before we ride north, do take a moment to smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The promise and the choice. The tower smelled of blood and winter roses, and Eddard Stark would carry both scents the rest of his life. He climbed the stair with his sword still wet. Below, in the red dust of the Dornish morning, 6 of his men lay dead, and 2 of the finest knights the 7 kingdoms had ever bred lay with them. Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning; Gerald Hightower, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard; Oswell Went, who had laughed once at a tourney in Harrenhal and would never laugh again; 3 white cloaks to guard a broken tower at the edge of the world when the war was already lost and the last dragon was already dead upon the trident. Ned had asked them why. Sir Gerald had answered that the Kingsguard did not flee. He had not answered the real question, which was the one Ned climbed the stair still asking. Why here? Why not Dragonstone, where Rhaegar's brother waited, a boy who would be king? Why 3 of the 7 and the 3 best, standing watch over a tower in the Red Mountains with no army and no banner, and no reason a sane man could name? The door at the top stood open. He heard her before he saw her, a thin sound that was trying not to be a scream, and then a woman's voice hushing, and then the other thing, the small furious cry that has no words in it and needs none. Ned stopped on the last step with his hand on the frame. Lyanna lay in a bed that had gone the color of old rust. She had always been the wild one, the sister who rode better than their brothers and laughed at the septa and put burrs under Benjen's saddle, and Ned's memory of her was a girl on a gray mare with mud on her skirts, so that the shape in the bed did not match, could not match, and he stood a moment refusing the arithmetic of it. A wet nurse from Starfall knelt by the wall with a bundle against her breast. Blood had soaked through the mattress and into the floorboards. There was too much of it. Ned had seen enough men die to know how much was too much. Ned, Lyanna found him with her eyes. Is it you? Is it truly? He crossed to her and took her hand, and it was cold already at the fingertips, the cold climbing. It's me. You look older. I feel older, she almost smiled. The fever had burned her down to bone and brightness. Robert's won then, of course he has. Robert always wins the tourney and then breaks the thing he wins. Her hand tightened on his with what strength she had left. You have to promise me, Ned. You came all this way. You have to promise me. Anything, he said, and meant it, which is the most dangerous word a man can say and the only word a brother can. She told him then in pieces between the panes. Not the story the realm believed. Not the story Robert had gone to war to avenge, the ravished maiden and the monster prince. She told him of a marriage before a heart tree in a Dornish grove with a septon reading the vows and the old gods listening through the red leaves. She told him Rhaegar had put Elia aside with a dispensation from the high septon, that it was written down, that the parchment was in the cedar chest by the window with her seal and his upon it. She told him she had gone willingly, that she had been a fool and a girl and a wife, and that none of it mattered now beside the thing the wet nurse held against the wall. His name, Ned said. Rhaegar meant to call him. Rhaegar meant a great many things. A cough took her. Rhaegar read too many prophecies and heard too much music and thought the world would arrange itself to the tune. He named his other son Aegon. He'd have named this one the same and let 2 boys carry 1 crown between them. Her eyes came back to Ned and cleared, the way a candle steadies before it gutters. I won't have him a prince of a house that's ash. I want him a Stark. I want him raised where the snow falls and no one bows and a boy can be a boy before he has to be anything else. Name him for the North. Name him Jon. Jon, Ned repeated. For Jon Arryn, if you like, who kept you and Robert both from being fools longer than you deserved. The ghost of the girl on the gray mare crossed her ruined face. Or for no one, for himself, Jon. Lya. He could feel the thing coming that he did not want to hear. "Robert will kill him." She said it plainly, the way you'd report weather. "You know he will. He'll smile and he'll weep for me and he'll say it's mercy. And then he'll dash the babe against a wall the way they did Elia's boy. Because there's Targaryen blood in him and Robert can't tell the difference between blood and a claim. He never could tell the difference between a person and a thing he was owed." Rhaenys was 3. Aegon was a babe at the breast. Robert called it the just deserts of a tyrant, and he means to sit that throne on their bones. Her breath was going ragged. "Promise me you won't let him. Promise me you'll keep my boy alive. Promise me, Ned, promise." And here was the tower's true question, come round at last to the stair he stood on. Not why 3 knights guarded a broken keep. Because the babe against the wall was the son of the crown prince of the 7 kingdoms, wed and witnessed, and the Kingsguard do not die at the doors of a bastard. He understood it fully now, the whole weight of it settling like snow that does not melt. He had ridden into the mountains to lift the siege of his sister, and he would ride out of them carrying the last true dragon in the world. And the man who wore the crown was his oldest friend, and would want the child dead more than he had ever wanted anything living. "I promise," Ned said. Lyanna's grip eased. Whatever had been holding her upright against the pain let go, and she sank into the ruined bed lighter than she had lain a moment before. "The blue roses," she murmured to no one, to the ceiling, to a boy at a tourney a lifetime gone. "He gave me the blue roses and everyone thought." She did not finish. The cold climbed the rest of the way. Ned closed her eyes with 2 fingers and knelt by the bed and did not weep, because weeping was a thing you did later, alone, in a place with a door. The wet nurse was watching him over the babe's dark head. He rose and went to her and looked down into the face of his sister's son. Dark of hair already, a fuzz of it black as a crow. Gray of eye when the eyes opened and fixed on nothing. A long face that would be a Stark's face, that was Lyanna's own, that was his father's and would be his. Not a wisp of silver anywhere on the child, not a shade of Valyrian purple in the eyes. The boy looked no more a dragon than Ned himself. "He favors your house, my lord," the wet nurse said quietly. Willa, her name was. She had come from Starfall with the milk still in her and would go back with an empty cradle if the gods were kind, and the gods were seldom kind in the Red Mountains. "He favors his mother," Ned said, and that was the first lie or the first truth. He could not yet tell which, and he took the child from her arms because a promise is a weight, and a weight is meant to be carried. Howland Reed waited at the foot of the tower with the horses and the shovels. They buried the dead where they had fallen, the 7 of Ned's own in a long trench and the 3 Kingsguard apart, with their swords, because whatever else they had been they had kept faith to the ruin of the world, and a man may honor faith without loving the thing it served. Dawn, the greatsword of milk glass and mourning, Ned wrapped in oilcloth to carry back to Starfall, to House Dane, because it belonged to no one now that Arthur was under the earth and a great blade with no hand to hold it is only a way to start the next war. He would give it back. He was a man who gave things back. The Cranogman was small and quiet and had killed a knight of the Kingsguard that morning, which is a sentence that ought not to fit together and did. He sat his Garen while Ned worked, and he watched the tower with the flat, patient eyes of the neck, and when the graves were filled he spoke. "You mean to keep him? I gave my word. You gave your word to keep him alive." Howland Reed had a way of laying a distinction down between 2 men like a knife on a table, blade toward neither, both of them free to reach for it. "There are 2 ways to keep a dragon alive, my lord. You can drown him in a well of secrets so deep no raven ever finds the bottom, or you can hold him up to the light and dare the realm to strike a child while honest men are watching. I have thought on which I would do. I have not decided. I am glad the deciding is not mine." Ned looked south, toward Starfall and the sea, then north, toward the long road home. "If I hide him," he said slowly, "I hide him forever. A bastard of Winterfell, my shame, my son that isn't mine." And every day of his life the lie grows another root. And one day a man pulls up one root and the whole thing comes out of the ground at once. And there he is, 15 years old, a Targaryen with no proof and no friends and 100 lies at his back, and Robert's heir sends men to open his throat in the dark. A secret protects a babe. It cannot protect a man. The day he becomes worth killing is the day the secret is worth nothing. And the light kills him tomorrow. Ned said it without flinching from it. The moment Robert knows the child lives and lives trueborn, Rhaegar's son by law and by the faith, he sends the order. And I refuse it. And then it's Winterfell against the Iron Throne with a babe in the middle. And I've started a war to keep one promise. He was quiet a long moment. The wind came down off the mountains and moved the dust. "Those are the choices Lyanna left me. Bury the truth and lose the boy in 15 years, or raise the truth and maybe lose him in 15 days. And there's a coward's comfort in 15 years. A man could tell himself a great many pretty things in 15 years. Howland Reed said nothing, which was his gift, the silence that lets another man hear his own words come back to him. "I'm no good at lying," Ned said at last. "Robert used to say it. Ned Stark, honest as a stone and about as much fun. He meant it kindly. He didn't understand it's not a virtue, it's a limit. I can't build a life on a lie because I haven't the craft for it. I'd forget which story I'd told which man, and the whole of the North would smell the rot in a year. If I keep this boy, I keep him true, or I lose him to my own poor lying. That's not honor talking. That's just knowing the shape of my own hands." He looked down at the child sleeping against his chest. "But there's a thing under it that is honor, and I'll say it once and not again. If I make my sister's son a bastard to save his skin, I've let Robert win the last of it. Robert took Rhaegar on the trident. Robert took the throne. Robert would take even this, the boy's own name, and turn it into a shameful thing whispered in a stable. Lyanna died a wife. I won't let the realm remember her a whore, because a whore's son is easier to keep alive than a prince's. You could be killed for that pride, my lord, him with you. It's not pride to call a thing what it is." Ned gathered the reins. "It's the only work I know how to do." They rode east out of the mountains, toward Starfall and the sword that had to go home, and Eddard Stark did not yet know how he would do the thing he had decided to do, only that he had decided it, which is the whole of a choice and none of a plan. The child slept. The mountains fell away behind them. Somewhere ahead a friend sat a black throne and did not know that the war he thought he'd won had left one dragon in the world, and that dragon was riding north in the arms of the most honest man in the 7 kingdoms. The cedar chest went where Ned went, and at night, in rooms and under canvas, and once in the round stone hall of a Dornish holdfast that owed the Danes a courtesy, he read what was in it. The marriage lines were real. He was no Meister, but he had signed enough documents and broken enough seals to know a forgery's fear from a true hand's ease, and there was no fear in these. A Septon's copperplate, the date 3 moons before the trident. 2 witnesses named whose names meant nothing to him, and would mean everything to a man who cared to trace them. Rhaegar's signature, and beneath it the print of his signet pressed in red wax, the 3-headed dragon with a ruby for an eye. And Lyanna's own name in a hand he knew as well as his own, the tail of the Y kicking out the way it had kicked out on the letters she'd sent from the Vale when they were fostered apart, the letters he still had in a drawer in Winterfell. And under the lines, in the same kicking hand, folded small, a testament. He read it more times than he read the marriage. "My son is trueborn. I was not stolen. I chose, and I would choose again, and if choosing damns me, let it damn me and not the child. Ned, you are the only honest man I ever loved, and I am sorry to spend your honesty like coin, but you are the only person in the world worth trusting. Keep him true, not safe. True. Safe is a thing a coward wants for a child. True is a thing you give a man. Keep him true, not safe. She had known him better dead than most men knew him living. He read it until he could have written it out from memory. And then he did write it out from memory twice, on separate nights, and sealed the copies with his own gray wolf. Because a document that exists in one place is a document a fire can unmake, and the whole of his purpose now rested on parchment that a single careless candle could turn to nothing. At Starfall he returned dawn to Sir Arthur's kin, and told them their son had died bravely, which was true, and did not tell them why, which was mercy. Lady Ashara Dane he did not see, and would not speak of, then or ever, and what passed between the Danes and the truth of the boy in his arms, he settled with a few grave words, and a debt of silence that Starfall would keep, because the Danes had lost their brightest to this thing, and had no love for the throne that had ordered his sister's family butchered on the marble. He learned that much at Starfall, that the reach of Robert's peace was shorter than Robert thought, and that in the corners of the realm where the Lannisters had done their work in blood, there were men and women who would not weep to see a dragon rise, if the dragon flew at the lions. He tucked that away. He was learning on the road that keeping a promise was going to require him to become a kind of man he had never been, a man who counted friends and weighed silences and thought 3 moves down a board he had always refused to play. It did not sit easy. He told himself it was for his sister's son. He told himself that a good deal in those weeks and mostly believed it. And he began at the fires to count the North. Not its swords, though he counted those too. Its men. Great John Umber, who would follow a Stark into the sea and out the far side if a Stark asked it, and would say so loudly enough to wake the dead. Rickard Karstark, whose blood was Stark blood 8 generations back, and who never let a man forget it, and who owed the old bond and would honor it if you asked him in a way that let his pride stand. Wyman Manderley at White Harbor, fat and clever and rich, whose house had been driven from the Reach 1,000 years gone, and given a home by the Starks when no one else would have them, and who kept the faith of the Seven under a northern lord and might balk at a Targaryen or might not, depending on how the coin and the gods and the old debt fell out. Meech Mormont of Bear Island, who would need no asking. The Glovers, the Serwins, the Hornwoods, the Tallhearts, and down in the green murk of the Neck, Howland Reed himself and the Crannogmen who answered to no one but the Reeds and the Reeds who answered to no one but Winterfell, sitting astride the one road south like a hand across a throat. 40,000 swords if it came to that. But swords were the least of it. What Ned counted at the fires was older than swords. It was the thing that made the North, that a man's word was a stone you could build on, that the Starks had kept faith with these houses since the raising of the wall, that an oath sworn in a northern hall meant a man would die for it, and no, his sons would be honored for his dying. Robert had the Iron Throne and the gold of Casterly Rock and the chivalry of the Reach. Ned had this, a cold country of long memory where loyalty was not bought but kept. If any shield in the world could stand between a dragon and a king, it was that one. He would have to earn it. He would have to spend the truth carefully, house by house, hall by hall, and never lie once, because the whole strength of the thing was that in the North, when a Stark said a thing was so, it was so. By the time the road turned north for the last long stretch, the Neck and the causeway and the gray stones of Moat Cailin standing watch over the only door into the north, Ned Stark had stopped asking himself whether he would tell the truth. That was decided in a tower with the smell of roses. What he asked himself now, night after night, was the harder question, the one Howland Reed had laid on the table between them and left there. How do you hold a child up to the light and dare the realm to strike him, and keep the realm's own sword from falling? How do you make a truth so heavy that even a king cannot lift it to throw? He did not have the answer. But he had begun, without quite noticing, to look at the north differently as he rode through it. Not as a home, as a shield. Winterfell took him in out of a gray autumn rain, and Catelyn Tully was waiting in the yard with their son on her hip. He had married her a stranger in a sept in Riverrun with a war on and his brother 3 months dead, and she had come north to a cold castle and a cold god's wood, and a husband she'd met twice, and she had made of it something Ned had not expected to be given, which was a marriage. Robb was 8 moons old and had his mother's eyes that Tully blew, and Ned took the child up in the rain and held him and something in his chest that had been iron since the tower loosened by a single notch. This was the other half of the promise, the one no one had made him swear, the one a man swears to himself. Keep them all. Keep every child the gods hand you, however they come to your hand. He did not tell her in the yard. He waited until the hall was empty and the fires were banked and the servants gone to bed, and he sat her down in the Lord's solar with the door barred, and the cedar chest on the table between them, and he told her the truth from the tower to the road, all of it, because he had decided on the mountain that whatever else he built this thing upon it would not be a lie to his own wife. Catelyn heard him out. She had a stillness in her that he had learned to read. The stiller she went, the harder she was thinking, and she went very still. "They told me," she said at last, on the way north, "the girls in Riverrun, that you'd come back from the war with a bastard, that the Honorable Ned Stark had got a child on some southern woman and meant to bring it home." Her hands were folded on the table, knuckles pale. "I made my peace with it. I told myself I'd not shame you for a war babe, that I'd be cold to the child and warm to you and we'd manage. I had it all arranged in my heart, Ned. A neat little grief I could carry." Her eyes came up. "And now you tell me it's worse. It isn't your shame, it's your death. You've brought Rhaegar's trueborn son into my home, into the room next to my son, and you mean to stand him up in front of the whole realm and announce him, and Robert Baratheon will burn this castle to the foundation stones with my children inside it. He won't. You cannot know that." "No," Ned admitted. "I can't. But I know what happens if I do the other thing, and it's not better, it's only slower, and it ends with the boy dead anyway and my honor spent for nothing." He leaned toward her across the chest. "Cat, hear me. If I raise him a bastard, I've a secret in my house every day for 15 years, and a secret is a thing that leaks. Servants talk. Meisters die and their letters get read. A drunk lord remembers a date that doesn't add up. And the day it comes out, and it always comes out, we've no proof, no witnesses, no allies, nothing but a lie caught in the open and a boy who's been raised to think himself base and hasn't a friend in the world to raise a sword for him. That's what safe looks like. Safe is a slow way to lose him. And your way is a fast one." "My way," Ned said, "spends the danger up front, when he's a babe worth little and the proof is fresh, and the witnesses are living, and I've a whole autumn to bind the north to him before he's old enough to be a threat to anyone. If the truth is going to be the death of him, better it come now, when I can put 40,000 swords between him and the men who do it, than in 15 years when he's alone." He set his hand flat on the chest. "I'm not choosing to endanger him, Cat. He's endangered by being born. I'm choosing when the danger comes and who's standing next to him when it does. That's the only choice a man in my position gets. The rest is a story we tell ourselves about how much we control." She was quiet a while. The fire popped. Rain ran down the black glass of the window. "You've thought about this more than I've ever known you think about anything," she said, and it was not entirely a compliment. "The Ned Stark I married would have hidden the boy without a night's sleep lost over it, because it was safe and it was quiet and it asked no one to die. What happened to you in the South? I made a promise to a dying woman, and then I read what she wrote me, and she asked me to keep the boy true, not safe." He drew the testament out and did not hand it to her, only held it where she could see the kicking Y in the signature. Keep him true. She knew what she was asking. She spent her honesty and she spent mine, and she knew the price of both. I can't hand it back to her. She's under a cairn in the mountains, so I'll pay it." He set the parchment down. "But I'll not pay it with your children's lives without your knowing every coin of it. That's why you're the first to hear it and not the last. If we do this, Cat, we do it together, or I find another way. I won't build my honor on your fear." That reached her. He watched it reach her, some hard thing behind her eyes shifting on its foundation. She looked at Rob's cradle, brought into the solar so she'd not be parted from him, and then at the door beyond which a wet nurse from Starfall slept with a dark-haired babe, and Catelyn Tully, who had come north a stranger and made a marriage out of cold stone, weighed her own children against a dead girl's son and did not pretend the weighing was easy. "He is your sister's child," she said slowly. "He is. Lyanna's boy, not some woman's Lyanna's boy, my blood, your children's cousin. And under the faith and the law, the true-born grandson of a king." Ned held her eyes. "If we call him a bastard, we lie about your good sister's honor to the end of time, and we get a dead boy for our trouble. If we call him what he is, we tell the truth about a woman who died telling it, and we might, if the gods are kind and the North is loyal and I do not fail him, get a living man." The rain went on. Somewhere in the castle, a door closed and a hound complained and went quiet. Catelyn Tully looked at her husband a long while, and Ned let her look, because he had laid the whole weight on the table and it was hers now to lift or refuse, and a marriage is a thing where one person cannot carry what both must bear. "What is his name?" she asked finally. Not the child. The name. She wanted the name because the name was the door. Once she said it, she was inside the thing with him, and she knew it, and she asked it anyway. Lyanna named him John. Catelyn closed her eyes. When she opened them, the fear was still in them. She was too honest to pretend it gone, but there was something set beside the fear now, a Tully steel that Riverrun bred and the North would learn to respect. Family, duty, honor. She had been raised on those three words in that order, and she had just been handed a child who tangled all three past unknotting. And she chose, the way Ned had chosen on the stair, without a plan and with her whole self. "Then we had better teach John to be worth all the trouble he's going to cost us," she said. "Bring me the boy. If he's to sleep under my roof, I'll not have him think I'm a stranger to him. Whatever else the realm makes of this, he'll not grow up cold in this house. I had enough of cold when I first came here. No child of Winterfell sleeps cold while I'm its lady, trueborn, or dragon, or both." Ned went and woke Willa and carried John in himself, still wrapped, still sleeping, and laid him in Catelyn's arms with a care he had learned in 3 moons on the road. She took the weight of him and looked down, and for a moment she was only a mother holding a child, before she was a lady of a great house weighing a war. The babe stirred and did not wake. His dark head turned into her, rooting, and Catelyn made the sound women make and shifted him without thinking, and Ned saw the thing settle in her that no argument of his had settled. The boy was warm and real and small, and whatever the realm called him, he weighed nothing at all. "He has a Stark's coloring," she said. "No one who looks at him will believe a word of it." "No," Ned agreed. "They'll have to be made to believe the parchment instead of the face. That's a harder road and a better one. A man can dye his hair. He can't forge 3 Kingsguard dead at a tower door." Rob woke in his cradle then and complained at being ignored, and Catelyn laughed once, a cracked and tired sound, and told Ned to bring her the other one too before he sulked the castle down. And so Eddard Stark stood in his own solar past midnight with a Tully babe in one arm and a dragon son asleep against his wife. And outside the rain was turning, high on the wind, to the first thin snow of the year. The North took a breath and did not yet know it. A king had come home to Winterfell in the arms of the most honest man in the 7 kingdoms, and that man had decided, in a tower that smelled of blood and roses, to do the one thing no one would expect of a keeper of secrets. He would tell the truth, and dare the world to make him regret it. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. What is owed to the truth? Maester Luwin read the marriage lines 3 times, and each time he set them down more carefully than the last, until at the end he was handling the parchment the way a man handles a thing that can cut him. "My lord," he said, "do you understand what you are holding?" "A death warrant," Ned said. "Mine, if I read Robert right." "The boys, certainly. Yours too, Luwin, for having read it, unless you'd like to forget the last hour." They were in the Maester's turret, high in the cold air where the ravens muttered and shifted on their perches, and Ned had chosen the place because it had one door and no windows a man could listen at. Luwin was a small gray person with a chain of many metals around his neck, one link for every art he'd mastered, and he had served Winterfell since before Ned was his father's heir. He touched the Valyrian steel link in his chain, the one for the higher mysteries, and did not offer to forget anything. "I'll not pretend I haven't read it. A Maester who forgets what he knows is no Maester." He tapped the wax seal, the 3-headed dragon with its ruby eye. "This is genuine. I have seen Rhaegar's signet on royal warrants that passed through this very rookery during the war, and the dispensation from the High Septon setting aside the Princess Elia. That is either genuine or the most expensive forgery in the history of the faith, and forgers do not spend fortunes to make bastards into princes. They do the reverse. There is no gold in this document for anyone. That is the first thing that makes me believe it. No one lies in a direction that gets them killed." "There's the second thing, too," Ned said. "There is." Luwin set the marriage aside and folded his hands. "The Kingsguard. My lord, this is the part the lords of the north will not follow on their own, and you will have to lead them to it by the hand, so let us be sure you can. How many Kingsguard did you find at that tower?" "3. Hightor Dane went. Sir Gerald Hightor, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard himself." Luwin let that sit. "Now, when Aerys sent his family away at the end, where did the heir go?" "Prince Viserys and the Queen and the child the Queen carried, they went to Dragonstone." "And who guarded the heir on Dragonstone?" "Sir Willem Darry, a good knight, a loyal man, but no member of the Kingsguard. Not one white cloak on that island with the boy who was, so far as the whole realm knew, the last hope of House Targaryen." He leaned forward. "So I put it to you as I will put it to the great John and old Lord Karstark and every hard head between here and the wall. 3 of the 7, and the finest 3, are guarding a tower in the mountains of Dorne with no army, no banner, and a woman inside it. Not the heir on Dragonstone. Not the king in his red keep. A tower. Why? Because the person in the tower outranked the heir on Dragonstone," Ned said. "Because the person in the tower outranked the heir on Dragonstone." Luwin sat back. "There is only one person in the world who outranks the king's second son. The king's first son's trueborn child. The Kingsguard do not guard a bastard, my lord. They do not die for a lord's byblow. They guard the blood royal, and they went to that tower and they died at its door, 3 of the 7, the sword of the morning among them, and they did it while their prince lay dead on the trident and the war was already lost. Men do not throw their lives away at a lost cause's door unless what is behind the door is the cause itself. That tower held the heir, the real one, senior to Viserys, senior to the babe on Dragonstone, senior to every claim in the realm save the Mad King's own, and the Mad King is Ash." He nodded at the cradle they had carried up, where the child slept unaware of the arithmetic being done above his head. "That, there, asleep." Ned had reasoned his own way to it on the stair at the tower, but hearing Luwin build it stone by stone did something to it, made it a thing that could be handed to other men and would hold its shape in their hands. That was what he needed, not his own certainty. He had that. He needed a certainty that could travel. "You believe it," he said. "I believe the evidence, which is a different and better thing than believing a story." Luwin's mouth thinned. "And because I believe it, my lord, I am going to say the thing a maester is sworn to say to his lord even when his lord does not wish to hear it. This will get your house destroyed. Not endangered, destroyed. Robert Baratheon watched the bodies of Rhaegar's other children carried into his throne room wrapped in Lannister cloaks. The girl Rhaenys with 100 wounds in her, and the babe Aegon with his head broken. And he called it the corpses of dragon spawn, and thanked Lord Tywin for the gift. That is the man you mean to tell that a third child of Rhaegar lives, trueborn, with a better claim to his throne than he holds himself. He will not weep. He will send the same men who did the first murders to do the third. He loved my sister. He loved a girl he put on a pedestal and never once had to marry, Luwin said, with the flat honesty a chain and 30 years had earned him. He will love her memory all the more for using it as the reason he must kill her son. Men are very good at loving in ways that cost them nothing and let them do as they pleased already. Do not build your walls out of Robert's love for Lyanna, my lord. It will not bear weight. Build them out of 40,000 northern swords, and the fact that no army in the realm has ever wanted to march up the causeway at Moat Cailin in the teeth of winter. That will bear weight. The love will not. There it was, said aloud by the one man in the castle whose whole life was saying true things to Starks. Ned took it the way he took most hard blows, quietly, and stood a while at the narrow window slit looking down at the yard, where the first real snow was being trodden to slush by the morning's traffic. Then I'll build the walls, he said. Starting today, send for Roderick Castle, and Luwin when you swear him I want it done properly. Old gods before the heart tree, hands on the ironwood. I'll not have men bound to this by a nod in a warm room. If they're going to risk their families, they'll do it knowing exactly what they risk, and they'll do it in front of something older than any of us, so they remember it's not me they answered to. And the child's name, my lord, what does the household call him? What does the North call him when you stand him up before them? John, Ned said. John Stark in his heart and at my table because Lyanna asked it, and because a boy needs a name to be a boy under before he's old enough to carry the other one. But not Jon Snow. Never Jon Snow. I'll not put a bastard's name on a trueborn child to make my own life easier. The lie starts with the name, Luwin. Every man who ever hid a child hid him behind a false name first. I say the true name from the first day, quietly, to those who need it loudly when the time comes, and I never once say the false one. That's the whole of my strategy, if you want to call it that. Never say the false thing. Make them break me with the truth or not at all. Luwin looked at him a long moment, and something moved behind the gray eyes that might, in a warmer man, have been the beginning of grief. It is a mad strategy, my lord, he said. It has exactly one virtue. Which is, it is the only one that lets you remain yourself while you carry it out. Luwin rose to send for Roderick Castle. A clever man would give you a clever plan, and you would fail at it inside a year because you would have to be someone else to make it work, and you cannot be someone else. You are not built for it. So, we will do it your way. We will tell the truth so relentlessly that the truth becomes a wall. The gods help us all. Benjen found him in the crypts, because that was where Ned went when he wanted to speak to someone who could not answer back, and because Lyanna's stone was new down there and the mason had not yet gotten her face right. You put her here, Benjen said. He was the youngest of them, lean where Ned was solid, and he still had the look of a man who could not believe the war had happened, that Brandon was dust and father was dust, and it had fallen to the two quiet ones to hold what the loud ones had died for. Below with the kings, not a barrow on some hill in the south. You brought her all the way home. She asked me to bring her home, among the other things she asked. Ned had a torch, and the flame lit the long face the mason had half finished, the direwolf at her feet with its eyes not yet cut. Sit with me a moment, Ben. There's a thing I have to tell you, and I'd sooner tell it here, where she can hear how I tell it and correct me if I get it wrong. He told him. The tower, the marriage, the promise, the boy. He told it the way he'd told Catelyn, whole and plain, and Benjen listened with his back against the cold stone and his eyes on his sister's unfinished face. And when it was done, he did not speak for a long while, and the torch popped, and somewhere water dripped in the dark. "A son," Benjen said at last. "Lya has a son, up there right now in the nursery." Something worked in his throat. "And he's Rhaegar's. Rhaegar, who Robert says stole her, who half the realm went to war to punish for stealing her. And you're telling me she wasn't stolen. She went. She married him. She went. She married him. She wrote it in her own hand, and I have it in a chest with a lock only I hold the key to. She was no man's victim, Ben. She was a wife, and then a mother, and then she was dead. And all three of those things happened to her in the space of a year. And the last thing she did with her breath was make me swear her boy would live." Ned looked at his brother. "I know what Robert is to you, what he was to all of us. But I need to know where you stand, because I've decided to raise the boy true, and that decision is going to cost this family everything before it's done, and I'll not have it cost you without your consent." Benjen laughed, a raw, broken sound with no humor in it, and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. "Where I stand? Ned, she used to put frogs in my bed. She rode my father's war horse when she was 9 and got thrown and got up laughing with her arm bent the wrong way and made me swear not to tell. She's the reason I know how to fight, because she'd never let me quit when I wanted to. And you ask me where I stand on whether her son lives." He took his hands away. His face was wet and he did not care. "I stand where you stand. I stand between that boy and anyone who comes for him, and I'll stand there till they cut me down, and it will be the truest thing I ever do. Don't ever ask me that again. It insults us both. I had to hear you say it. You've heard it." Benjen reached out and gripped his brother's arm hard, the way their father used to grip theirs. "But Ned, hear me now, because I've been thinking while you talked, and there's a thing you're not seeing. You mean to hide him in plain sight. Fine. But a truth this size can't be everyone's to keep. The more men who know, the faster it flies south. So here's my part if you'll have it. I'll take the wall." Ned went still. "Ben, hear me out. I'm your brother, the last one, and if I stay at Winterfell I'm a second claim on this house. A man Robert could take hostage. A knife someone could hold to your throat to make you give the boy up. But a man of the Night's Watch holds no lands, takes no wife, plays no games of thrones. If I'm on the wall, I'm out of the reckoning. I can't be used against you. And I'm sitting on the one road no southern spy watches, 300 leagues of it, with the wildlings on one side and the whole north at my back. You'll want a man on the wall who loves that boy, Ned, before this is over. Trust me. You'll want the wall in your pocket, and I'll be the pocket." He almost smiled, and it was terrible, because it was Lyanna's smile on Benjen's face. "Let me give her son the one thing I have that no one can take hostage. Let me give him a brother of the watch who'd open the gate for him at midnight and swear on his frozen honor no such gate was ever opened." Ned looked at his last brother in the torchlight, at the crypt where all the loud, brave dead of his family lay quiet at last, and understood that the promise he'd made in a tower had already begun to remake the living, one by one, into people they had not planned to be. He did not want Benjen on the wall. He wanted Benjen at his table, at his side, an uncle to teach the boy to ride the way Lyanna had taught Benjen. But Benjen was right, and being right in the north was a thing that cost you what you loved as often as not. "Not yet," Ned said. "Give me a few years of you first. Teach him to ride. Let him have an uncle before he has a garrison." He clasped Benjen's hand where it gripped his arm. "And then, when the time's right and the road south gets hot, the wall. And I'll thank the old gods every day of my life that I had a brother who'd freeze at the end of the world, so a nephew could sleep warm." They sat a while longer with Lyanna in the dark, two quiet Starks who'd inherited a country and a corpse and a secret, and neither said anything more, because there was nothing more that needed saying, and the old gods do not require words, only presence, and that they had. Roderick Castle swore before the heart tree with his hand on the ironwood and snow in his whiskers, and he wept while he did it, not for fear but for Lyanna, whom he had taught to ride. And when it was done, he wiped his face on his sleeve and said only, "The little wolf girl's boy. I'll die for him and glad, my lord. But I'll thank you to give an old master-at-arms leave to teach the lad which end of a sword to hold before you ask him to sit a throne with it." Which was Roderick's way of saying yes, and also his way of saying that a king still had to be a man first, and Ned took both meanings and clasped his arm. Vayon Poole the steward swore, because a household cannot be run by a lord who keeps secrets from the man who orders its bread and counts its silver. Old Nan was told nothing and knew everything, the way she always did, and folded it into her store of tales where the truest things in Winterfell went to hide. And that was the circle, for now. A maester, a master-at-arms, a steward, a brother, a lord and his lady. 6 people to hold up a truth that a whole realm would kill to bury. Catelyn had not gone to the heart tree. She kept the 7, and the wet red face of the weirwood unsettled her in a way she had never fully hidden, and Ned did not press her to swear to old gods she did not hold. Instead he found her in the nursery after, where she had put Jon's cradle beside Rob's, close enough that a woman could rock both with one foot if the fires were low and the nurses sleeping. "I moved him in here," she said, before he could remark on it. "Don't make anything of it. It's warmer and the nurse is nearer, and I'll not have 2 cradles wanting the same woman on opposite ends of the castle." She was not looking at Ned. She was looking at the 2 dark heads, Rob's already showing the auburn that would deepen, Jon's black as the crow he'd been at birth. "They'll grow up thinking they're brothers, you know, however careful we are. Put 2 babes in one room and they learn each other before they learn their own names. Rob will love him. Rob will love him before either can talk, and there'll be no undoing it. And one day someone will use that love to hurt my son, because that is what the world does with love. It finds it and puts a knife there. You could have him moved." "Number," she said it fast, before the softer thing in her could argue. "Number, I came to this castle a stranger and slept alone in a cold bed for half a year while you rode off to a war. And I swore whatever child I raised here would not be cold and would not be alone. And I'll not break that oath on the first hard case. The gods send me because the hard case has dragon's blood in him." Now she looked at Ned. "But you'll answer me a thing and answer it true because you promised me true. When Robert asks you, not if, when, what will you say?" This was the question. Luwin had circled it, Cat put her finger on it. Ned sat on the edge of the great carved chest at the foot of the cradles. "I've thought on little else," he said. "Here is where I've come to. Robert will hear within the year that I brought a child home from the war. He'll assume a bastard because that's the shape of the world he understands. Ned Stark broke his marriage vows the once in wartime. Isn't that a jest? Honest Ned with a bye-blow. And there's a version of me that lets him believe it. Says nothing. Lets the lie live in Robert's own head, planted there by Robert himself, never spoken by me. I'd not have lied, you see. I'd only have failed to correct him." He shook his head slowly. "And it's a coward's threading of the needle, and I won't do it, because a lie you let another man tell for you is still your lie. You've only hired him to say it. If Robert asks me whose child that is, I tell him, Lyanna's, my sister's trueborn son, and then we find out what kind of a king my friend has become." Catelyn had gone still in the way that meant she was doing arithmetic she hated. "You'd tell him, to his face, knowing what he did to Elia's children." "I'd tell him." Ned met her eyes and did not look away from what was in them. "But not tomorrow, Cat. Here's the rest of it, and this is the part that lets me sleep. I choose when the question gets asked. Robert's in the south drowning the war in wine and building a tourney every fortnight to forget he's bored. He'll not ride north for years, and I'll give him no reason to summon me south while there's a babe to raise. And every one of those years I spend binding the north, house by house, oath by oath. Before the throne ever thinks to ask the question, I want a country standing between the question and the boy. I won't lie to buy the time. But I'll not go shouting the truth off the walls of the Red Keep before the walls of the north are built either. Truth has a season, same as barley. You plant it when the ground will hold it. And if the ground never holds it, if Robert asks before you're ready, then I answer, and it's a war I'm not ready for and we lose. He said it plainly because she had asked for true, and true was sometimes a cold thing. I'm not promising you we win, Cat. I've never once promised anyone we win. I'm promising you we don't do the shameful thing, and we don't do the stupid thing, and between those two fences there's a narrow road, and I mean to walk it as long as the gods let me, with you if you'll walk it and alone if you won't. But I'd rather it were with you. I've found I do most things better with you. That last was not a thing Ned Stark said easily, and Catelyn knew it, and she came and sat beside him on the chest and put her head against his shoulder, and they watched the two babes sleep, the wolf and the dragon, who did not yet know they were anything but cold and warm, hungry and fed. White Harbor, she said after a while. What of it? You'll need Wyman Manderly, and Wyman Manderly keeps the seven, my faith not yours, and a fat clever man who worships the mother, and the warrior is going to have opinions about crowning a Targaryen that the great John roaring in his cups will not have. You should let me write to him. Lord Wyman and I can speak of the Seven's law on trueborn birth, on marriage and dispensation, in a tongue that will mean more to him than a heart tree ever could. If this boy is to be a king, he'll need the faith not to call him a bastard, and the faith listens to septons, and septons listen to lords who endow septs, and Manderly endows more septs than any man north of the neck. She lifted her head. You married a Tully, Ned. We were raised on the seven and on the law of the seven. Use me. I'm the only weapon you have that speaks that tongue. Ned looked at his wife, who a fortnight ago had wept that he'd brought death into her house, and who was now telling him which lord to turn and how to turn him, and he understood that he had not, in fact, been given a marriage of cold stone. He'd been given an alliance he'd been too dull to notice he had. Write to Manderly, he said. The raven came at the turn of the moon, and it came from the eyrie, and it was written in John Arryn's own hand, which meant it was no matter John Arryn had trusted to a maester. Ned read it twice by the fire in his solar. John Arryn had raised him and Robert both, two wards from opposite ends of the realm, and had loved them, and had ridden to war beside them when the mad king demanded their heads. There was no man living Ned owed more, save perhaps the one asleep in the nursery, and this letter from that man was the first stone of the avalanche, dressed up as a kindness. Word has reached the court, the old man wrote, that you returned from the south with a child. I will not insult you by asking after a matter between you and your lady wife, and the gods you keep. But I am hand of the king now, Ned, and the king is my other son as surely as you are, and he is not a man who leaves a stone unturned when the stone concerns the woman he still names in his cups. He has not asked me to write this. I write it because I would rather you heard the question from me than from him. He wonders, Robert does, aloud and often, whether Rhaegar left anything behind him in the south besides a grave. The maesters tell him number, the septons tell him number, Varys tells him nothing, which from Varys means something. And now Ned Stark comes home from Dorne with a babe and no accounting, and my king has begun to wonder whether his oldest friend keeps a thing from him. I do not believe you would. Tell me I am right to defend you, and I will defend you to the last, as I have always done. That is all I ask. One word. Yours or another's, it comes to the same place in the end, and I would sooner it came from you." Ned set the letter down and did not answer it that night. He sat with it a long time while the fire burned low and the snow ticked against the black glass, and he understood that the season he had promised Catelyn, the years to plant the truth in ready ground, might prove shorter than a season. It might be one letter long, because Jon Arryn was too clever and too honest and too loving to leave the question unasked, and Robert was too haunted to let it lie, and Varys, saying nothing, was already halfway to the answer, the way Varys always was. He thought of writing back the coward's letter. "It is my son, foster father, and I am ashamed of it, and I ask your discretion." 6 words of lie and the whole thing might sleep another 5 years. Jon Arryn would believe it, would want to believe it, would fold it away and defend Ned's honor to the court with the particular fury of a man defending his own good judgment in having raised him. It would work. It would probably work for years. And Ned Stark took a fresh sheet and dipped his quill and did not write it. He wrote instead, "Foster father. There are things I cannot put to a raven, for they are not mine alone to spend, and a bird can be brought down by any bored boy with a bow. But I will not have you defend me with a thing that isn't true, for I know you, and I know what it would cost you to learn later that you had staked your honor on my lie. Come to Winterfell, or send me a man whose silence you would trust with your life, and I will tell you the whole of it, and you may judge me as you find me. Until then, tell Robert only this and tell it true, that Ned Stark keeps faith with the dead as he keeps it with the living, and asks his king to remember, when the day comes that he learns what that faith has cost, that it was ever Ned's faith and never his falseness that stood between them." He read it over. It gave nothing away and it hid nothing, and it committed him to a reckoning on his own ground at his own hour, which was the most a man in his position could ask of a letter. He sealed it with the Grey Wolf and carried it up to Luwin's turret himself, past midnight, and chose the bird, and watched it go south into the dark with the small heavy thing tied to its leg, and stood a while in the cold after it had gone, listening to the other ravens shift and grumble on their perches, thinking that he had just, with 2 careful paragraphs, started the clock that would one day toll for all of them. Below him, in a warm room, 2 babes slept in cradles set close, and a Tully lady wrote to a fat lord about the marriage law of the 7, and a master-at-arms sharpened a small blade to a grip a boy would not need for years yet, and a brother packed nothing and said nothing, but had already begun, in the private country of himself, the long walk to the wall. The north lay white and silent and did not yet know that its lord had chosen, out of nothing grander than an inability to lie, to make it the shield of a king. The bird's wing-beats faded. Ned went down to his family. The truth was planted. Everything that grows in the north grows slow and hard, and toward the light in the end no matter how deep the snow. Chapter 2, End Chapter 3. The bannermen they came to Winterfell in the autumn of the 2nd year, summoned to swear fealty to the heir of the north, which was true, and to feast the harvest, which was also true, and to hear a thing their liege lord could not put in the summons, which was the only reason worth the ride. Ned had chosen them the way a man chooses stones for a wall he means to lean his life against. Not all his bannermen, the principal houses, the ones whose word bound 100 lesser words beneath them. Jon Umber, whom every man called the Great John, down from the last hearth with his sons and a barrel of his own black ale because he trusted no other man's. Rickard Karstark, grey and proud, whose ancestor had been a Stark before the Karstarks were Karstarks, and who never let the fact rest. Wyman Manderley, so vast he could no longer sit a horse and came by litter and by ship both, up the White Knife from White Harbor. Meege Mormont of Bear Island in mail, with a daughter at each shoulder. Galbart Glover of Deepwood Mott. Medgar Serwyn, whose lands lay half a day's ride south, and who was therefore always the first to arrive and the last to matter, and Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, who came quietly, as he did all things, with a small escort and a smaller retinue and eyes the color of dirty ice. And one more, who came up out of the neck, and told the gate guards he was a fishmonger with a grievance, and was brought to Ned Solar by the back stair before any lord in the castle knew a Cranogman had passed the gates at all. Howland Reed had not left Greywater Watch in 6 years. He had left it for this. "You're certain of them," he said to Ned, the night before, the two of them alone with the cedar chest between them as they had been in the mountains. "Everyone you've named, because a secret told to 8 great lords is a secret told to 8 great houses, and 8 great houses is 4,000 people, and somewhere in 4,000 people is a man who talks in his cups or sells what he knows or simply cannot help himself. You understand, you are not asking them to keep a secret. You are asking them to become the secret. There is no taking it back after tomorrow. I know it." Ned turned the ruby-eyed seal over in his fingers. "But the alternative is worse, and I've measured it. If the truth leaks before the North is bound, it leaks as rumor, and rumor I can't fight, because there's nothing to fight, only whispers, and whispers I can't kill with proof, because proof in a whisper's mouth just sounds like a better lie. But if I bind them first, if I put the proof in their hands and their oaths on the boy, then when the leak comes, and it comes, it leaks into a North already sworn. The rumor arrives to find the ground already taken. That's the difference between a secret and a cause, Howland. A secret is a thing you lose. A cause is a thing you defend." He set the seal down. "I need you to testify, not the parchment, you. A living man who stood at that tower and saw those 3 white cloaks die. Northmen believe their eyes before they believe ink. Tell them what you saw and let Lewin's reasoning do the rest. They'll ask why the Kingsguard didn't yield if the war was lost. Then tell them the true answer, which is the whole of my case." Ned almost smiled and did not. They didn't yield because they weren't guarding a losing cause. They were guarding the winning one, and they knew it, and they died still knowing it, and the winning cause is asleep 3 doors down the hall from where we sit. Say that. Let them chew it. He did not tell them in the feast. He fed them first, 3 days of it, venison and boar and Manderley's lampreys and the Great John's black ale, because a man judges a hard thing better with a full belly and worse with an empty one, and because Ned wanted them to have broken his bread and drunk at his board before he asked them to risk their lives. On the 3rd night, when the trestles were cleared and the hall doors barred and the servants sent out, he had the great chest brought in and set on the high table where the salt had been, and he stood before his principal bannermen with his brother at one shoulder and his maester at the other, and he told them the truth. He told it plainly. He had learned, telling Catelyn and Benjen and Lewin, exactly how to tell it, which was without ornament and without apology, one fact laid on the next like courses of stone. Lyanna, the tower, the marriage, the dispensation, the proof in the chest, the boy asleep upstairs who was his sister's trueborn son and Rhaegar Targaryen's, and by the law of the 7 and the blood of the dragon the rightful heir to a throne another man now sat. And then Howland Reed stood up from the shadow by the wall where none of them had marked him, and told them in his flat, quiet Cranogman's voice what he had seen at the Tower of Joy, the 3 white cloaks and how they died, and the hall, which had thought him a servant, went very still to learn there had been a witness among them the whole time. When the 2 of them finished, the silence was so complete the fire sounded loud. The Great John broke it, because the Great John broke most silences. He came up out of his chair with his face gone red above his beard, and for a moment Ned thought he might overturn the table, and then the huge man's mouth worked, and what came out was not a roar but something rower. "You're telling me," he said, "that the little girl, Lord Rickard's girl, the one Robert Baratheon started a war over, you're telling me she wasn't stolen? She married the dragon and she died birthing his son, and you've been raising that son under our noses for 2 years and never said a word to the men who'd bleed for you." He planted his fists on the board and leaned across it. "Is that what you're telling me, Ned Stark?" "That is what I'm telling you." "Then why in 7 hells are we the last to know?" the great John bellowed, and now it was a roar. 2 years. You had a king's son under a northern roof for 2 years and you didn't call your banners. What's wrong with you, man? Where's the boy? Bring him down here. I want to look at the face of the lad we're going to put a crown on, and I want to look at it tonight because I'll not swear to a rumor, but by the old gods I'll swear to a face. "Sit down, Umber," said Roose Bolton, and he did not raise his voice, and the great John heard him anyway, which told every man in the hall something about Roose Bolton. "You bellow about crowns before we have agreed there is a head to put one on. My lord of Winterfell has told us a tale. It is a good tale. It is also, if I have followed it, a tale that ends with every house in this hall attainted for treason and our castles thrown down and our children's heads on the walls of kings landing beside the boys. So before we bring anyone down to be admired, I would like to hear the part of the plan that is not the death of us all. My Lord Stark, you have had 2 years to think. Tell us the part where we live." It was the coldest thing said in the hall that night, and it was also, Ned knew, the most useful, because Roose Bolton had asked the question every man there was afraid to ask, and had made it sound like caution instead of cowardice. Ned had expected it. He had wanted it. A plan that could not survive Roose Bolton's question could not survive at all. "You live," Ned said, "because you're the North, and no one has ever conquered the North who didn't already hold it. Follow me through it, my lords, and stop me where I lose you. What is the road into the North? One road. The causeway through the neck past Moat Cailin, and Moat Cailin has broken every southern army that ever tried it since the first men raised the stones. Lord Reed here holds the ground on either side of that road, bog and mire that swallows knights in their armor, and his crannogmen kill from the reeds and are never seen. A southern host that marches up the causeway loses a man to fever and arrow for every mile, and arrives at Moat Cailin sick and starved to find 3 towers of stone and the whole north waiting behind them, in the cold, in the coming winter, on ground we know and they do not. He let it settle. That is why no Targaryen ever truly ruled the north with a heavy hand, and no Lannister will. The realm south of the neck is a thing that can be conquered because it is soft and rich and full of roads. We are none of those things. Our poverty is our armor. Our cold is our moat. That's the part where we live, Lord Bolton. We live because we are not worth the dying it would take to kill us." "Fine words," Bolton said. "Robert Baratheon has 40,000 swords of his own and Casterly rocks gold behind them, and the Reach's chivalry beside them. He does not need to conquer the North. He needs one boy. He offers pardons to all of us and a lordship to whoever hands the boy over. And how many of the 8 houses in this hall do you suppose swear undying loyalty to your nephew, when the choice is a crown of thorns for a stranger's child or a warm hearth and their own sons alive?" He turned his pale gaze around the table, not unkindly, which was somehow worse. "I do not say I would take the offer. I say the offer will be made, and a wall is only as strong as its softest stone, and my Lord Stark, you have built your wall out of 8 men's honor, and honor is the softest stone there is. It cracks the instant a man's children are the price." The hall shifted. He had touched the true fear, the one under all the others, and Ned let the silence hold a moment so that every lord could feel the weight of it, because a fear denied grows and a fear named can be answered. It was Midge Mormont who answered it before Ned could. "Speak for your own honor, Bolton," she said, and her voice was iron filing on iron. "Don't speak for mine. My house has held Bear Island in the Stark's name for 1,000 years on a rock too poor to grow a decent turnip. And do you know why we've never once broken faith? Because faith is the only thing a poor house has that a rich house can't buy. Take my oath and it's worth something precisely because I've never sold it. The day a Mormont sells her word to Robert Baratheon for a warm hearth is the day the word's worth nothing and neither is the hearth. She stood, mail and all, and put her fist on the table beside the great John's. Lord Stark, I don't need to see the boy's face. I knew Lyanna Stark. I fought in the war that was fought over the lie of what happened to her. And if you tell me the truth of it is that she chose her own husband and bore him a son and died a wife and not a victim, then I've got a wrong to right and I'll right it with my axe. Bear Island swears, tonight, ahead of any of these southern-thinking men who need to count the cost first. We're too poor to count. We just say aye. Bear Island swears, the great John echoed and slammed his fist down beside hers. And so does the last hearth. And I'll fight any man in this hall who calls it foolishness. Bolton first, come on then. You cold fish, name your ground. Sit, Umber. This time it was Ned, and the great John sat grumbling because a Stark had said it in a Stark's hall. Rhaegar Karstark had not spoken, and Ned turned to him, because a Karstark who kept silent was a Karstark deciding how to make his pride serve him, and it was better to give him the floor than to let him build a grievance out of being overlooked. Lord Karstark, your house and mine are one house, further back than any here. I'd hear the blood of Carlon Stark before I hear any other man tonight. That was the right key, and Ned had known it would be. Rhaegar Karstark rose, gaunt and gray. The sunburst of his house worked in white thread on his black surcoat, and he laid a hand flat on his own breast where the arms sat. You call it right, Lord Eddard. Carlon Stark, a son of Winterfell who put down a rebel and was given a castle and a name for it, and the name was Karstark, but the blood was Stark, and it is Stark still, and I have spent my life being told by Umbers and Mormonts that we are a lesser house for having a newer name. His jaw worked. So understand what I say next, because I do not say it lightly and I will not say it twice. If the boy is the blood of the dragon, that is nothing to me. Dragons are a southern matter, but you have told me he is also the blood of Lyanna Stark, and Lyanna Stark was the blood of Carlon, and that means the boy upstairs is my blood too, as much as he is yours, older and truer than any crown the seven ever forged. I do not swear to a dragon, Stark. I have no dragon in me. I swear to the wolf, because the wolf is in my veins where the Umbers can't see it and the Boltons can't buy it. Carhold is yours. The boy is ours. And any man who calls my house lesser again had best not do it where I can hear, for I have just been given a king who is my own cousin, and that is a thing no Umber can say. He sat, fierce and satisfied, having turned his own resentment into the proudest oath in the hall, and Ned inclined his head to him with a respect that was not feigned, because a man who understood Rhaegar Karstark's pride held a Karstark for life, and a man who bruised it held a knife by the blade. Galbart Glover swore next, because Meege Mormont had, and Deepwood Mott and Bear Island had wed their fortunes so many times over the centuries that a Glover followed a Mormont into most things as a matter of course, and said so plainly and without shame, for there was no shame in a bond that old. Major Serwyn swore first of anyone in truth, before he fully understood the danger, and had to be gently told he might reconsider, and reconsidered and swore again anyway, which nobody held against him because Serwyn was Serwyn. And a lord half a day's ride from Winterfell learns early that his fate and the Starks are the same fate. That left Roose Bolton, and every man in the hall knew it, and the hall went quiet again waiting on the Dreadfort. Wyman Manderly had been quiet through all of it, and Ned turned to him before Bolton, deliberately, because he wanted the Faith's answer in the hall before the coldest lord in it gave his, so that Bolton would swear into a room already leaning. Lord Manderly, you've said nothing, and you're the only man here who answers to a faith that can call my nephew a bastard or a king with a word. I've fed you 3 days. I'd hear your mind. Wyman Manderly opened his eyes, and they were not the eyes of a man who had been dozing. My lady wife of Winterfell, he said, wrote to me a year past, a long letter on the marriage law of the Seven. His voice came up soft and rich from all that flesh, a courtier's voice, a merchant's voice, precise as a set of scales. I confess when I read it I thought, here is a Tully girl gone northern, writing to a fat old man about dispensations, and I wondered what she wanted. I understand now what she wanted. She wanted me to have done the reading before I sat at this table, so I would not embarrass myself or my lord by discovering the law in front of witnesses. It was kindly done. It was also the most dangerous letter I have ever received, and I burned it, and I have thought of little else since. He shifted his weight, and the bench complained. So let me tell you what a man of the faith, a man of the White Harbor Manderleys who were driven from the Reach 1,000 years gone, and given a home by House Stark when no other house in the realm would shelter us, thinks about your dragon, Lord Eddard. Because it is not what these old gods men think, and you were wise to ask me apart from them. Go on, Ned said. The faith does not care that the boy is a Targaryen. The faith crowned Targaryens for 300 years and anointed them with holy oils and called them the blood of old Valyria and never blinked. Manderley lifted one finger. The faith cares about one thing and one thing only, and it is the thing your whole case rests on, and the thing that will win or lose you every septon south of the neck. Was the marriage lawful? Was the boy born in wedlock? Because if he was, then he is not a rebel and not a pretender and not dragon spawn. He is an anointed king's true-born grandson, and the man who sits the throne now is a usurper who murdered 2 children of the blood royal on the steps of the Iron Throne, and every septon who ever wept for the babe Aegon and the girl Rhaenys has been handed a living reason to weep with a sword in his hand. His finger came down on the cedar chest. That dispensation, from the High Septon, setting aside the Princess Elia, is it genuine? Maester Luwin has examined it. He stakes his chain on it, then examine it again, and have it examined by every grey rat with a link for law between here and the citadel that you can trust to keep his mouth shut, because that single sheet of parchment is worth more than all the swords in this hall. Manderley's soft face had gone hard as a bailiff's. If that dispensation is real, my lord, then I do not merely swear to your nephew. I give you my ships, my port, my customs, and I give you a thing worth more than any of them. I give you the faith's own logic, turned into a weapon, because the moment the Septons accept that marriage as lawful, Robert Baratheon stops being a king who put down a mad dynasty and becomes a murderer of holy children who stole a boy's crown, and there is no sermon in the world more dangerous to a throne than that one. You have been thinking, all of you, that the boy's blood is his weakness. His blood is nothing. A dozen bastards have Targaryen blood. His birth is the weapon, trueborn, in wedlock, anointed line. Guard that parchment as you would guard the boy himself, because it is the boy, in law. Lose the child and keep the parchment and you have a cause. Keep the child and lose the parchment and you have a hostage. Ned had learned a great deal about the war he'd started in the 2 years since the Tower, but he had not, until that moment, understood that the most powerful lord in the north was going to hand him the intellectual shape of his whole rebellion wrapped in a sermon, and that his wife had planted the seed of it with a burned letter a year before. He inclined his head to Wyman Manderley, and it was the bow of one man of business to another, and Manderley returned it, and something was settled between them that no oath before a heart tree could have settled, because it was made of mutual understanding, which lasts longer than fear and colder than love. White Harbor, Manderley said, swears, on the condition the dispensation holds, and I will send my own septon to verify it, an old man discreet who owes his sept's roof to my coin and his silence to his fear of me. And if he says it is genuine, then I say to you, Lord Stark, that you have not started a treason. You have started a restoration, and restorations, unlike treasons, are the sort of thing a careful man can afford to join. Roose Bolton rose last. He did it without haste, smoothing the front of his doublet, and he came round the table to the cedar chest, and he asked with his eyes on Ned and not the wood, "May I?" Ned lifted the lid. Bolton looked down at the marriage lines and the dispensation and Rhaegar's seal for a long moment, and he read, and Ned watched him read, and could no more see into Roose Bolton than a man can see the bottom of a frozen pond. "It is genuine," Bolton said at last, straightening. "I have seen enough men's hands under enough men's fear to know a document written in comfort from one written in terror, and Lord Manderley is correct. No forger works in comfort. This is real." He turned to face the hall, and he spoke to all of them and to Ned in particular. "So, it is real, and the boy is what Lord Stark says, and the case is as strong as Lord Manderley makes it. I have listened, and I have waited as coldly as I am able, and I will tell you my conclusion, and you will not like the shape of my reasons, but you may trust the reasons precisely because you do not like them." He folded his hands. "I do not love this boy. I have never seen him. I do not care whether Lyanna Stark chose her husband or was stolen, for the dead are past caring what we decide about them. I am not moved, as Lady Mormont is moved, by an old wrong that wants righting. Sentiment is not a thing I keep in stock, a pause dry as the turn of a page, but I can count, and when I count, I find that a usurper's peace is a poor investment, because usurpers die and their pieces die with them. And Robert Baratheon is a fat drunk who will break his neck off a horse or a woman inside 20 years and leave a boy king and a scheming queen, and a realm full of lords who remember they once bowed to dragons. When that day comes, the man who holds the trueborn heir to the Iron Throne holds the highest card in the game, and I would rather hold it than not." He inclined his head to Ned precisely, the least degree that could be called a bow. "The Dreadfort swears, 'Understand what you are getting, my lord. You are not getting my love, for I have none to give, and a man who swears from love breaks from love the day love turns. You are getting my judgment, and my judgment is that your nephew is the best card in the realm, and I do not throw away good cards. Keep being the strong side, Lord Stark, and I am the truest man in this hall. Become the weak side, and I would counsel you not to turn your back to me. I tell you this to your face because a Bolton who warned you is a Bolton you were fool to trust, and I would not have you a fool. It spoils the game." It was the most honest thing anyone said in the hall that night, and it chilled Ned more than any threat, because there was no lie in it anywhere to catch hold of, only a truth so cold it could not be gripped. He took the oath because he needed the Dreadfort swords, and because a sworn Bolton watched was safer than an unsworn Bolton free, and because Roose Bolton had, in his own frozen way, told him exactly how to keep him. Keep winning. It was the same counsel the Tower had given him. Make the truth too heavy to throw. He brought the boy down at the last as the Great John had demanded, not to be admired, to be seen. A dark-haired child of 2, grave and quiet, holding his Uncle Benjamin's hand, blinking at the firelight and the great rough men, and the Great John Umber knelt down on the rushes so his huge face was level with the child's and looked at him a long moment and said, gruff, "Aye, that's a Stark's face. That's the wolf girl's own face. Doesn't matter what the parchment says, lad, you look like one of ours, and one of ours is what you'll be." And the boy, who did not understand a word of it, reached out and took hold of the Great John's beard in one fist and would not let go, and the huge man laughed until he wept. Long after the lords had gone to their beds, Ned climbed to the Maester's turret and found Howland Reed already there in the dark, watching the ravens. 8 houses, Ned said, sworn. 7 sworn and 1 bought, Howland answered without turning. Do not mistake the 2, my lord. Bolton did you a kindness tonight, though it will not feel like one at 3 in the morning some year hence. He told you the exact price at which he sells. Most men hide theirs. Watch the ones who swore from love, not Bolton. Love curdles. The great John will never turn while a Stark holds the strong ground, but a defeat, a bad winter, a son taken hostage, and love becomes grief, and grief looks for someone to blame. He turned then. And there is the other thing, the thing none of them said, so I will say it, because it is why you brought me up out of the neck, and it is why I will go back down into it tomorrow, and not come to your hall again for years. You have just made the North the secret. 7 great houses and their households. Somewhere in all those mouths, within a year, 2 years, 5, one mouth opens in the wrong tavern, and a Lannister factor buys a boat passage south with the news. You cannot stop it. You can only decide what the news arrives to find. Tonight you decided. It will arrive to find a country already sworn. He picked up his fishmonger's cloak. I will keep the road. Whatever comes up the causeway with a warrant for a boy's head will find the neck has grown teeth. That is my oath, and I need no heart tree for it, for I gave it in a tower already, and a Cranogman only swears the once. He went down the back stair the way he'd come, and by morning there was no sign a Cranogman had ever been in Winterfell at all, and Ned stood alone in the cold turret with the ravens muttering, and understood that the thing was done now, truly done, past the point where a careful man could still call it back. The North had a king who was 2 years old and wanted only to pull a giant's beard, and 8 great houses had bent their 1,000-year names around him, and somewhere far to the south a fat drunk on an iron chair did not yet know that the war he thought he'd won had left a dragon in the snow, and the snow had closed its hand. Chapter 3. In Chapter 4. The Wolf Who Wasn't a Dragon. 14 years on, the boy from the tower was winning a bout he had every reason to lose, and losing it on purpose, and Sir Roderick Castle had gone white in the whiskers watching him do it. John had Rob's guard broken. Any man in the yard could see it. He'd turned his cousin's shoulder with a beat that Roderick himself had taught him, and the opening was there, a clean line to the ribs, and John did not take it. He let the tempo slacken by a hair, gave the ground back a half step, and made the finish a scramble instead of a killing, so that when he did put his blunted point against Rob's breastplate it looked like luck and a long reach, and not the thing it was, which was that John Stark was the best blade in Winterfell under 20, and had been for 2 years and would not, on any morning the gods sent, let the yard see it plainly. You had him, Roderick growled when the 2 of them came off the sand red-faced and grinning. 3 passes back. You had the ribs and you gave them away. Don't tell me you didn't, I've eyes yet. I slipped, John said. You slipped. Roderick looked at Rob. Did he slip? Rob laughed, pulling off his half-helm, auburn hair dark with sweat. He slips every time it'd make me look bad in front of the men. He's been slipping since we were 10. He cuffed John on the shoulder, no heat in it, the easy violence of brothers. It's insulting is what it is. Beat me clean, at least, so I can hate you like an honest man. John only ducked his head, and there it was, the thing Ned had bred into him without ever meaning to, or perhaps meaning to more than he admitted. A boy of 14 with the blood of Aegon the Conqueror in his veins, who could not bear to be seen winning too well in front of men who might one day kneel to him. It was not false modesty. Roderick had watched him grow and knew the difference. It was that John had understood, young, that the men in this yard were being asked to die for him someday, and had decided, in whatever private counsel a child holds with himself, that he would not add to that debt the small daily insult of being beaten by him too. So he slipped. He gave Rob the yard. And the men loved him for it in a way they would never have loved a boy who won cleanly, which meant the humility was also, though John did not think of it so, the shrewdest politics in Winterfell. Theon Greyjoy leaned on the fence rail, the ward from the Iron Islands, older, sharper, watching the 2 of them with the particular attention of a hostage who has learned to read the household that holds him. You know what the joke is, Theon said to no one, loud enough to carry. Half the North calls him your grace behind their hands, and he can't win a practice bout on purpose. There's a king for you, too polite to draw blood. He said it to Needle, because needling was Theon's whole grammar, but there was something under it that was almost admiration and hated itself for being so. And Jon heard all of it and answered none of it, only handed his blunted sword to the armorer's boy and thanked him by name, because Jon thanked everyone by name, because a man had once told him that a king who forgets the names of the small folk is a king who has forgotten what he is for. It was Bran who found the direwolf, or rather Bran's sharp eyes from the saddle, on the ride back from a broken holdfast 3 days later, in the tall gray grass beyond the last bridge before the wolfswood. She was dead, the she-wolf, and enormous, bigger than any wolf the huntsman had ever seen, big as a pony, and the thing that had killed her was still in her. A length of shattered antler broken off deep in her throat, the tine of some great stag she'd pulled down and that had gutted her as it died. Ned dismounted and looked at it a long time, longer than the men expected, because a lord does not usually study a dead beast in a ditch. He looked at the antler in the direwolf's throat, the stag that had killed the wolf, and said nothing of what he read there, because a man does not speak an omen aloud in front of his sons if he can help it, and because there was nothing to be done about it in any case except to note that the world had troubled itself to draw him a picture, and the picture was a stag killing a wolf, and the king of the stag banner was 3 weeks up the King's Road and coming. Then Robb found the pups. 5 of them, blind and squirming and alive, tucked against their dead mother's flank where her cooling body still held a little warmth. 5, and the huntsman said, "Drown them, my lord. They'll not last without the bitch, and it's a mercy." And Jon, kneeling in the wet grass, said the thing that changed the huntsman's mind, and it was not an argument from the heart but one from the head, which was how Jon had learned to move men. "There are 5, Jon said. 5 pups, and you 5 true-born children, father. The direwolf is the sigil of your house, and here is a litter of them, sound and living, one for each Stark child, found on Stark land the very week the stag comes north. You may drown them if you like, but the men will talk of it either way, and I'd sooner they talked of a lord whose children each took up a wolf of the north than a lord who drowned the north's own sign in a ditch 3 weeks before the king of the stags came calling. Give Robb his, and Sansa hers, and Arya and Bran, and even Rickon who's too small to hold it. Let the north see it. It costs you nothing, and it says everything." Ned looked at his sister's son, 14 years old, kneeling in the mud making an argument about signs and men's tongues that Ned himself might have made, and gave the order to keep the pups. And it was Jon, gathering the last of the 5 to hand up to Bran, who heard the 6th. It had crawled off from the others or been pushed off the runt, and it was white where the rest were gray, white as first snow, white as a weirwood's bark, and when it opened its eyes on him they were not the yellow of a wolf's but red, red as the leaves of the heart tree, red as a ruby set in a signet with a dragon's shape. An albino. Silent where its brothers and sisters had whimpered, it made no sound at all, then or ever. Jon lifted it out of the cold grass, and it fit in his 2 hands and looked at him with those red eyes, and something passed between the boy and the beast that no one in the party could have named, though every man there felt the strangeness of it and went quiet. "That one's not yours to keep, lad," the huntsman began. "Only 5 Stark children. He's got the same eyes as the heart tree," Bran said from the saddle, in the plain way children have of saying the true thing no one else will. "White and red, like the godswood. He's Jon's. Look, he already knows it." And Ned, who understood at once what his son the huntsman did not, that a direwolf white as snow with eyes red as dragon fire, was the whole of Jon's secret rendered in fur and blood. A wolf of the north that was also, unmistakably, a thing of fire and old Valyria, looked at the silent white pup in Jon's hands and did not tell him to put it down. "The rest of the litter is gray," he said quietly. "This one went off alone. He'll be the run of the pack and the outcast, and he'll grow bigger than any of them in the end, for that's the way of the ones who start apart." He nodded once. "Keep him, Jon. It seems he's already kept you. What will you call him?" Jon looked at the pup, white and silent, and did not choose a grand name because Jon did not choose grand things. "Ghost," he said, "because he doesn't make a sound. And because everyone in the North's going to spend the next years pretending they can't see what he is." He found his father in the Godswood after they returned, which was where Ned Stark went to be honest with himself, and where Jon went when he needed his father to be honest with him. Ghost lay against the boy's boot, red eyes half-lidded, white against the black roots. Ned was cleaning ice. He did it himself always, the great sword of Valyrian steel across his knees and the oilcloth moving down the dark rippled blade, and he did not look up when Jon sat on the root of the heart tree across from him, only said, "Roderick says you threw the bout. Roderick says a great deal. Roderick is usually right." The cloth moved. "Why do you do it?" Jon was quiet a while. The pool under the weirwood was black and still and cold enough to ache the teeth, and a single red leaf turned on the surface of it without ever seeming to reach the edge. "Because I don't want it," he said at last. "The thing they say I am, the crown. I've never wanted it, and every time I beat Robb clean in front of the men I can feel them start to want it for me, and it's like a door opening onto a road I never asked to walk." He looked up. "You raised me true. You told me who I am from before I can remember knowing it. Rhaegar's son, Lyanna's son, the rightful this, the trueborn that. I've had it my whole life the way other boys have a name. And father, I would trade every word of it, the whole parchment in your chest, for 1 year of being nobody's king. Robb gets Winterfell. Bran will have a keep of his own someday. And I get a throne 1,000 leagues away that I've never seen, that killed my mother, that half the realm wants me dead over. That's not an inheritance. It's a debt I was born already owing." Ned set the cloth down. "I know it," he said. "I've always known it. I sat in that tower with you not a day old, and I chose this for you before you could choose anything. And I've never once pretended that wasn't a cruelty. You didn't ask to be true. You asked to be nothing at all, the way any sane boy would." He was quiet, and then he said the thing he had waited 14 years to say, because Jon had finally grown old enough to hear it. "But listen to me now, because this is the whole of what I know, and I'll not dress it up. I didn't raise you true to make you a king. I could have made you safe. It would have been easier. I raised you true because a lie about who you are is a cage, and I'd not put my sister's son in a cage, even a comfortable one. The crown is not the gift, Jon. The truth is the gift. What you do with the truth is yours. If you stood before the whole North tomorrow and said, 'I am who I am and I want none of it, take your oaths back,' I'd not think less of you. I'd think you'd finally understood that the truth was always yours to spend and not mine and not theirs." "They wouldn't take the oaths back," Jon said. "The great Jon, Lady Mormont, they didn't swear to a crown, they swore to me, to Lyanna's face on my face. You can't hand a man's love back to him like a borrowed cloak." "No," Ned agreed. "You can't. That's the trap of being loved. It obligates you." The corner of his mouth moved, not quite humor. "You've the whole of it then. You see the shape of the cage, and you see that the door's open, and you see that walking out of it would break the hearts of the best men in the North. And so you'll stay in it. Not because you want the crown, but because you can't bear what leaving would cost the people who put it there. That's not weakness, Jon. That's the beginning of being fit to wear it. The men who want crowns are the ones you should never give them to. It's the ones who stay for the sake of the people who'd bleed for them. Those are the only kings worth the name." He picked up the cloth again. "I'd hoped you'd want it once. I'll not lie to you, I hoped. It would have been simpler if you were hungry for it, but I think I'm gladder you're not. A hungry king is a Robert with a war behind him. A reluctant one is a thing the world almost never gets to have." Jon looked at the man who had raised him, who was not his father and had been his father in every way that meant anything for 14 years, and did not say what was in him, because it did not need saying, and Starks did not say such things aloud in any case. He picked up a corner of the oilcloth instead, and without being asked, began to work the far end of the blade, the two of them cleaning ice together under the red leaves, which was its own kind of speech, and a truer one. Ghost watched them both with his weirwood eyes and did not make a sound. Catelyn watched them from the covered walk, the two dark heads bent over the greatsword, and did not go down, because the godswood was Ned's country and hers was the sept, and after 14 years she had learned where the borders in her own marriage lay and had stopped resenting most of them. She had not expected to love the boy. She had told Ned as much, that first rainy night, a neat little grief she'd had all arranged. And she had not loved him, not for years, not the way she loved her own. There was a wall in her that would not come down, and she had stopped apologizing to herself for it. But somewhere in 14 years the shape of her fear had changed, and changing had changed her. Jon was no threat to Robb. That was the thing that had freed her slow, without her noticing the day it happened. A bastard would have been a rival, a shadow claim on Winterfell, a knife she'd have had to watch her whole life. But Jon was Lyanna's trueborn son, and Lyanna's son wanted a throne in the south or wanted no throne at all, and either way he did not want the gray stones her Robb would inherit. And so the thing that would have made her hate a bastard was the very thing that let her, in the end, be something almost like a mother to a dragon. He was not taking anything of hers. He was only, poor child, marked for a death she'd spent 14 years helping her husband hold at bay. And you could not watch a boy grow from the tower babe in Ned's arms to this grave, courteous young man, learning his brother's names and his sister's favorites and thanking the armorer's boy by his, without the wall developing a door or two, whatever you'd sworn. She went down that evening, though, not for love, for fear, the useful kind. "There's a thing you should hear," she told Ned in the solar with the door barred in the old way. From White Harbor, Lord Wyman's man, the one who brings the customs accounts, brought something else folded inside them. She set the little scrap of paper on the table. A Bravosi cheesemonger of all things was asking questions in the harbor wine sinks a month past. Careful questions. About the Stark boy who isn't a Stark. About dates. About a wet nurse from Starfall who came north once and went back south with empty arms. He paid well and he asked slow, and he was gone on the tide before Wyman's harbormen thought to hold him. Her mouth was a line. 14 years, Ned. You said the leak would come. Here it is, come. Someone in the south is no longer wondering. Someone in the south is paying silver to be sure. Ned read the scrap twice and set it down and did not, she noted, look surprised, which after 14 years of marriage she knew to mean that he had been waiting for exactly this and was only sorting now which of his long-laid plans the hour called for. A cheesemonger, he said. That's Varys, or a man who learned his trade from Varys. The spider doesn't send soldiers to ask questions. He sends the fat, harmless men no one remembers. He folded the scrap and held it a moment over the candle without dropping it in. So, the question's been asked in the South in silver by the one man in the realm who never asks a question he can't already half answer, which means it isn't a rumor any longer. It's an investigation. And an investigation ends, Cat. It ends in a report, and the report goes to whoever paid for the cheesemonger, and I'd give a good deal to know whose hand that is. Robert's. Robert doesn't pay for cheesemongers. Robert would ride up here drunk and ask me to my face and weep on my neck, and then order me to hand the boy over between one cup and the next. Ned dropped the scrap into the flame at last and watched it curl. Number this is quieter than Robert. This is a man building a thing before he shows it to the king. Which means we've a little time yet and not much, and I'd best spend it the way I've spent 14 years. Binding what can be bound. Cat, write to your father, not about the boy, never about the boy in a raven. Write to Hoster Tully about a marriage, about grain, about anything, and let the writing be warm, and let it remind Riverrun that its daughter is Lady of Winterfell and its grandson is Robb Stark, because when this breaks I'll want to know which way the trident flows, and a bridge is best built before the river's in flood. 1,000 leagues south, in a cluttered tower room in the Red Keep, Jon Arryn was building the same thing Ned feared, and building it out of 2 secrets at once, and it was killing him, though he did not yet know that either. He was an old man now, the hand of the king, and he had spent 40 years being the most trusted man in 2 men's lives, and the trust had made him careful the way a lifetime of carrying something fragile makes the hands careful. He had 2 puzzles on his table, and he had begun to suspect they were the same table. The first was the Queen's children. He had noticed the thing any man might notice who bothered to look, which was that Robert's bastards, and Robert had littered the realm with them, were black of hair, every one coal black, the Baratheon black that bred true over gold and silver both, and that the 3 golden children in the royal nursery had not a black hair among them. He had said nothing. He had begun, quietly, to read an old genealogy of the great houses, and the more he read the less he liked the arithmetic. The second puzzle was older, and it had sat in a locked drawer for 14 years, and its name was Eddard Stark. Jon Arryn had raised Ned, had loved him like a son, still did, and 14 years passed. He had written Ned a careful letter about a child, and Ned had written back a letter that a lesser man would have read as a confession of bastardy and dropped, and Jon Arryn had not dropped it, because he was not a lesser man, and Ned's letter had said a thing that no man protecting a mere bastard would ever say. Ned had written of keeping faith with the dead. A man does not keep faith with the dead over a byblow got on a camp follower. A man keeps faith with the dead over an oath. And Jon Arryn had folded the letter into the locked drawer and told himself, for 14 years, that whatever Ned Stark was keeping faith with was Ned Stark's business, and no threat to the peace. He no longer believed it was no threat to the peace. He had lived long enough to see that peace was a thing held up by 100 quiet arrangements, and that the 2 most dangerous questions in the realm right now were both about whose son a boy really was, and that he, Jon Arryn, was the only man alive holding a corner of each. "You have not been sleeping," said the eunuch who had come in on his soft slippers without a sound, the way he did, a plate of figs in his powdered hand as though he were only a kindly fat man worried for an elder's appetite. A hand who does not sleep makes mistakes, and mistakes in a hand are so very expensive. "What keeps you up, my lord? Perhaps I can lift a corner of it. I am told I am a good listener. It is my only virtue, and I cling to it. I sleep well enough, Lord Varys." Jon Arryn closed the genealogy without haste. He had lived at court 40 years. He knew better than to let the spider see which book. An old man's bladder, nothing more. "You needn't feed me figs." "Everyone needs feeding," Varys said, and set the plate down anyway, and his eyes, mild and moist, touched the closed book and the locked drawer and the tired man behind them, and moved on as though they had touched nothing at all. "I only worry, my lord. There is so much in this city that a good man might trip over in the dark. Old secrets have a way of lying in the halls like dropped knives. One steps on them and there is such a mess, and always, it is the honest men who bleed for it, because the dishonest ones knew where the knives were and stepped around." He drifted toward the door, soft as smoke. "Do sleep, Lord Arryn. The realm needs you clear-headed. There are 2 or 3 questions abroad just now that want a careful man's answer, and I should hate for a careless one to answer them first." He was gone before Jon Arryn could decide whether he had just been comforted or threatened, which was, of course, precisely the state Varys liked to leave a man in. The old hand sat a long while with the figs untouched. Then he drew a fresh sheet toward him, and dipped his quill, and wrote to the one man in the realm he trusted without condition, the one he should have written to 14 years before and had not, out of the cowardice of not wanting to know. Ned, the letter began. Come south. Not for the king, though he'll summon you soon enough on his own account, for he means to make you hand, and I mean to let him, being tired and old and wanting my own bed at the Eyrie before I die in this one. Come south, and come to me first, before the court, before Robert, before anyone. There is a thing you told me 14 years ago that I did not press you on, and there is a thing I have learned this year that I have told no one, and I have begun to fear they are two ends of the same rope, and that the rope is around more necks than mine. I am too old to pull on it alone. Come and pull with me. And Ned, burn this. He sealed it and gave it to a man he trusted, and the man was honest, and the letter went north. And 3 days later, before Ned Stark's answer could come south, Jon Arryn took ill of a sudden griping in the belly at his own table, and was dead inside the week, and the Maester called it a swift and natural thing in a man of his years, and the only word the old hand spoke at the end that anyone could make sense of was a name, said twice, that the Maester wrote down as the seed, and could not interpret, and that a fat man in powder, hearing of it, understood perfectly and did not explain. The raven that reached Winterfell did not carry Jon Arryn's letter, which had died with its writer. It carried the plain black news that the hand of the king was dead, and under it, in a court hand, the thing that turned the news to a summons, that his Grace King Robert, first of his name, would ride north with his household to visit his old friend the Lord of Winterfell, and to speak with him of grave matters, and would be pleased to see for himself the children of the north. Ned read it in the yard in the cold, with his sons at the Quinton behind him and Jon among them, dark head bent, ghost a white shape at his heel. He read it, and he understood that the 14 years were over. The cheesemonger's report had reached a hand at last, and the hand had moved, and it did not matter now whether the hand was Robert's or another's, because Robert was coming and Robert would ask, and Ned Stark had promised his wife and his gods and a dying woman in a tower that, when the king asked, he would not lie. He folded the letter. Across the yard, Jon laughed at something Robb had said, an ordinary boy's laugh in the ordinary cold, and did not know yet that the road he'd never asked to walk had just come up the causeway to find him. Ned looked at his sister's son a long moment. Then he went to tell his wife that the season he'd promised her was ended, and that the truth, planted in a tower and grown 14 years in the frozen ground, was about to be dug up by the one man in the world who had gone to war to bury it. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. The stag comes north. The king came through the gates of Winterfell in a column half a mile long, and the first thing he did when he heaved himself down off his war-horse was to grip Ned Stark by the shoulders and roar with laughter, and demand to be taken to the crypts before he'd so much as had a cup of wine. And Ned understood at once that this was going to be far harder than a confrontation. It was going to be a friendship. Robert Baratheon had grown vast. 20 years of wine and bore and boredom had buried the war god of the Trident under a mountain of flesh, and only the eyes were still the young man's eyes, quick and hungry and forever half a jest away from grief. He held Ned at arm's length and looked him over and said, "You got old, Stark." Fat and old, which was a marvel of a thing for Robert Baratheon to say to any living man, and then he laughed again, because they had been boys together in the Eyrie and neither of them had ever quite forgiven the world for making them men. "You have the right of half of it, your grace," Ned said, and the king bellowed and clouted him on the back and said, "Gods be good. None of that, your grace, not from you," and called for the crypts and would not be moved. They went down together, the two of them alone, into the cold and the dark where the kings of winter sat in their stone. Robert had brought a wreath. He was a sentimental man under all the bluster, which was the most dangerous thing about him. Sentiment in a powerful man is a blade that swings without warning. He laid the wreath at the foot of Lyanna's statue and stood a long while, and the torch made shadows crawl in the carved folds of her cloak. She was supposed to be mine, Robert said. You know that. I'd have made her my queen. I'd have loved her better than any woman that ever. He stopped. His jaw worked. Instead, she got that silver-haired whoreson's flowers and a grave in the dark. I killed him for it, Ned, on the trident. Put my hammer through his breastplate, and his rubies went into the river, and I was glad. I've never been gladder of a thing in my life, and it didn't bring her back, and it never stops not bringing her back. Ned said nothing. There was nothing to say that was both true and safe, and he had promised himself years ago that, when the moment came, he would not choose safe over true. But he had also promised his wife he would choose the hour, and the hour was not a crypt with a wreath and a grieving king. So he stood in the silence and let Robert mourn at the feet of a lie, and hated himself a measured amount for it, because Lyanna was 6 feet under the stone Robert wept before, and Robert was weeping for a girl who had chosen someone else, and the wrongness of that sat in Ned's chest like a swallowed stone. I dream about her, Robert said. Still. And do you know what I've started to dream this past year? I dream the dragon left something behind. I wake with it. Some nights I'm sure of it, sure as sunrise, that Rhaegar planted a seed in her before he died, and it's out there somewhere, grown with his eyes. He turned from the statue, and the torchlight was on his face, and the young man's quick eyes were fixed on Ned now, and there was nothing drunk in them at all. You'd tell me, wouldn't you, Ned, if there were a thing like that in the world, a dragon's get? You'd not keep a thing like that from me. Not you. Honest, Ned. You tell your king. And there it was in the crypt at the feet of Lyanna's stone, the question Ned had spent 14 years planting a country to survive. It had come sooner than the feast, sooner than the wine, sooner than any plan, the way the worst questions always come, ambushing a man in the one place he cannot lie because the dead are listening. Ned looked at his oldest friend, and he did not say yes and he did not say no, because yes was a lie and no was the beginning of a war he was 3 days from ready for. And instead he did the only honest thing a cornered honest man can do, which is to refuse the frame of the question. I'd tell you the truth, Robert, Ned said, the day you were ready to hear it as a man, and not as the boy who lost the tourney. That's the only promise I've ever made you, and it's the only one I'll keep. When you can hear a thing about Lyanna without reaching for your hammer, ask me again. Not before. I'll not put a truth in the hands of a man who's already decided what he'll break with it. It was the wrong answer and the right one. Robert's face went through 3 weathers in as many heartbeats, confusion and suspicion, and then at the last, a kind of baffled love, because no man had spoken to him plainly in a decade, and some starved part of him had missed it. He barked a laugh that had no bottom to it and clouded Ned's shoulder again, harder than before. Gods, you're a grim, careful, maddening old wolf, he said. Fine, keep your riddles, we'll drink instead. But mind, Ned, and here the eyes went quick again, just for an instant before the wine and the want of a friend buried them. I mean to have an answer before I ride south. I've come a long way for it. I'll not go home dreaming. The feast was everything a king could want, and Ned watched all of it like a man watching weather come over the mountains. He watched the queen. Cersei Lannister sat at the high table in cloth of gold and did not eat, and her eyes moved over the Stark children the way a moneylender's eyes move over a debtor's furniture, pricing. And when they came to Jon, they stopped a half-beat too long. Ned marked it. She looked at the dark-haired boy who was not the color of any Stark she'd been introduced to as a bastard, and something behind the green eyes ticked over, and Ned understood that whatever the cheesemonger had learned, some of it had reached this table already, and that the queen was doing arithmetic of her own. He watched her brother, the Kingslayer, gold and beautiful and bored, and her other brother, the small, clever one, who drank and watched and missed nothing, and who alone of the Lannisters looked at Jon and then looked away quickly, with the flicker of a man who'd seen a thing he'd rather not have to know. And he watched Jon, who did not know he was being watched by a queen, who was teaching Arya under the table to hide a spoon up her sleeve, who rose when the old Lady Mormont's daughter passed and did not sit until she'd found her place, who was, in short, being exactly what Ned had raised him to be, a courteous, grave northern boy with a white wolf at his heel, and every graceful, unthinking thing he did was a nail in the coffin of the story that he was a bastard, because bastards were not raised so. Bastards were shamed and set below the salt, and this boy was seated among the trueborn, the seating treated as the most natural arrangement in the world, and Cersei Lannister was not a fool, and she could count. "He's a well-made boy, your bastard," the queen said to Ned sweetly, leaning past the king, who was 3 cups gone and roaring at some jest of the great Jon's. "You keep him close, closer than most men keep their baseborn, I think, almost close enough to be something more." "He's my sister's memory, your grace," Ned said, which was true, every word, and gave her nothing. "I keep what's left of Lyanna close. You do the same for a sister." "I have no sister," Cersei said. "Only brothers, and one wishes some days." She smiled and did not finish, and turned back to her wine, and Ned knew he had made an enemy who had been an enemy before she arrived, which at least was tidy. The queen did not drink so much as she pretended to, and when she left the hall she did not go to her bed but to the tower chamber where her brother waited, the golden one, the one who was hers in every way a brother should not be. "You saw him," Cersei said, and did not bother to shut the door softly, because a woman who shuts doors softly looks like a woman with something to hide, and Cersei Lannister had learned young to hide things in plain and careless sight. "The Dark One." Stark's so-called bastard. Jaime lounged by the fire with his boots on the fender. "I saw a boy at a feast. There were a great many boys at the feast. Northmen breed them like cattle. It's the cold. There's nothing else to do. He has Stark coloring and Stark manners and a Stark's own face," Cersei said, "and he is seated among the true-born children as an equal, and Eddard Stark, who is the most rigid man in the 7 kingdoms about the difference between a true-born child and a base one, treats a bastard as though the bastardy were a fiction everyone has agreed to overlook. Ask yourself why an honorable man overlooks a thing his whole nature abhors." "There is only one answer, Jaime, because it isn't true. The boy is no bastard. And there is only one kind of true-born boy that Eddard Stark would hide in his own house for 15 years and lie to a king to protect." Her voice did not rise. That was the frightening thing about Cersei. The closer she came to the knife, the quieter she got. Lyanna Stark went into the south with a dragon and came out of it dead in a bed of blood, and her brother rode home from that same bed with a child. And I have paid good coin to men who ask questions in harbors, and every road runs to the same place. That is Rhaegar's son, true-born, older than Viserys, with a better claim to Robert's chair than Robert ever had, and a far better one than my son will have when Robert drinks himself into a box. Jaime took his boots off the fender. "You don't know that. I know arithmetic. If that boy is what I think he is, then the day it becomes known, every lord in the realm who ever hated us, and that is most of them, has a lawful true-born dragon to rally to, and my children become the get of a usurper, which is to say they become exactly the thing Robert made of Rhaegar's children on the steps of the throne. You remember what was done to Rhaegar's children, Jaime. You were there. You stood in that throne room and you saw the small bodies under the Lannister cloaks." She let that sit, because it was the whole of her argument and it needed no ornament. "That is what waits for Joffrey and Tommen and Miachella if this boy lives to be a banner. So he does not live to be a banner. He dies here, quietly, a bastard knifed in a border keep, the sort of thing that happens to bastards, and no one ever weighs the arithmetic at all, because there is no boy left to weigh it over. Robert must never know it was a Targaryen. If Robert learns his lost love left a living son, he'll do one of two things, and I cannot survive either. He'll go mad and burn the North, and drag the realm into a war that bleeds us white. Or worse, far worse, he'll look at Lyanna Stark's own son and he'll weep and he'll forgive. Because Robert forgives everything he loves, and he loved that dead girl more than he has ever loved a living one. And he'll take the dragon into his own household and set him above my children out of sentiment. And I will have birthed 3 claimants to a chair a Stark bastard has been promised. She crossed to the window. Number the boy dies before Robert has an answer to the question he came north to ask. Tonight, if it can be arranged. I have a man. He came with the baggage. He is not ours in any way that can be traced to a Lannister. He is a hired thing with a rich man's knife, and rich men are common as fleas, and one dead sellsword tells no tales about who bought him. She did not turn from the window. Sentiment is a luxury for people who can afford to lose, brother. We cannot. We have never been able to. Everything we have because someone in our house was willing to be the one who did the necessary thing while better men wrung their hands. Tonight I am that someone, as I always am. Jaime looked at his sister a long moment, and something in him that was not entirely dead turned over and lay still again, because he had learned long ago that arguing with Cersei about a thing she had already decided was a way of losing without changing the outcome. And if you're wrong about the boy, he said, if he's only a bastard after all, and you've spent a knife on a border lord's leavings. Then I've killed a bastard, Cersei said, and no one in the 7 kingdoms will trouble to ask why, because no one ever does. The only expensive mistake is the boy who lives. Go to bed, Jaime. It will be done before the wine's out of the king's blood, and in the morning there is only a dead sellsword and a grieving wolf and a question that need never be asked at all. Ned climbed to Catelyn in their chambers when the hall was down to its dregs, and found her at the window with her arms crossed against the cold. The queen knows, Cat said without turning, or half knows. I watched her watch him. She knows enough to want to be sure, and she's the sort who makes sure with a knife rather than a cheesemonger. Ned came and stood beside her. Below, the guest yard torches burned low over the sleeping camp of 1,000 Southerners. 14 years I bought us, Cat. I think we've a night or 2 left of it, no more. Robert asked me in the crypt, straight out, whether the dragon left a seed. Her head came round. And you said. I said I'd tell him the truth when he could hear it, which bought a day and cost me the last of his patience. He means to have it before he rides south. Ned put his hand over hers on the cold stone. It has to be soon now, and it has to be me who tells him in the open on my own terms before the queen tells him her way. If Robert hears it from Cersei Lannister dressed as a threat to her children, he'll do murder to be safe. If he hears it from me dressed as the truth about the woman he loved, he did not finish because he did not know the end of that sentence, and after 14 years Catelyn knew him too well to be comforted by a man pretending to certainties he lacked. And the boy, she said, tonight, where is he sleeping? In his own chamber, ghost at the door. Double the guard on it anyway, Cat said. Not our men, Manderly's. The White Harbor men Wyman sent up with the customs, the ones sworn already. I'll not sleep tonight with a Lannister queen under this roof who's been pricing my husband's dead sister's son like a bolt of cloth. She was already reaching for her shawl. You go to the king in the morning if the gods send a morning. I'll go to the boy's door now. She was a Tully of Riverrun, and she had come north a frightened stranger 15 years gone, and Ned watched his wife go out into the cold passage to stand her own watch at a dragon's door, and thought, not for the first time, that he had married better than he had ever deserved, and that the North had gained a lioness of its own the day it gained her, whatever house she'd been born to. John could not sleep, and so he was on the walls with Ghost when the small man found him, and the small man was the last person in the castle Jon expected to be good company, and turned out to be the only one who told him the truth all night. Tyrion Lannister climbed the wall stair with a wineskin and the rolling gait of a man built wrong who had made peace with it, and he did not ask leave, only sat himself on the merlon beside the boy and looked out at the black wolfswood and drank. "You're the Stark bastard," Tyrion said. "The famous one. The whole camp talks of you. Do you know what they say?" He did not wait. "They say Lord Stark keeps his bastard closer than his trueborn sons and dresses him fine, and lets him sit above the salt, and that it's the strangest thing, because Eddard Stark is famously the last man in the realm who'd blur the line between a trueborn child and a base one." He drank again. "I notice things like that. It's the only weapon they left me. My brother has his sword, and my sister has her beauty, and I have a head full of things nobody bothered to hide from a dwarf, because who tells a dwarf anything, and yet somehow the dwarf ends up knowing it all." "Why are you telling me this?" Jon said. "Because I like you already and I'm drunk, and because I've a piece of advice worth more than either." Tyrion turned his mismatched gaze on the boy, and it was not unkind. "Whatever you are, and I've a notion, and I'll keep it, because a secret you don't spend is the only kind you own. Whatever you are, boy, the world is going to try to use it against you. So take it first. Wear it. Do you understand? Never run from the thing they think is your weakness, because a man can only be wounded where he flinches. Armor yourself in what you are, and then it can never be used to cut you. I've worn dwarf my whole life the way other men wear mail. It has kept me alive in a family that would have found me very convenient dead." He capped the wineskin. "I don't know what your armor's made of. That's your business. But whatever it is, put it on before someone else decides you'll go naked. That's all. That's the whole of the wisdom of the ugliest Lannister, cheap at the price since I'm giving it away." Jon looked at the small, clever man who had, without once saying the word, told him that he knew, and told him what to do about it, and had asked nothing in return, and understood that he had just met the first Southerner who was neither an enemy nor a friend but something rarer, a mind that saw clearly and chose, for reasons of its own, to be decent about what it saw. "Thank you," Jon said. "My lord." "Don't thank me," Tyrion said, climbing down off the merlon. "In a year you may find I was the worst thing that ever happened to you, or the best, and I honestly could not tell you which. That's the trouble with my family. We're never one thing." He went down the stair, and his voice floated back up out of the dark. "Sleep with your wolf clothes, bastard. The nights are cold this far north, and colder for boys who might be more than they say. The killer came in the black hour before dawn, and he was good, and it was not enough. He came over the guest wall where the old broken tower gave a climber purchase, and he crossed the inner yard in the shadow of the covered walk, and he carried a blade that was worth more than his life 10 times over, a slim length of Valyrian steel with a dragonbone hilt. The kind of knife a great house keeps in a locked case and does not miss for a year. The kind of knife that is put into a hired hand precisely because it can be traced to no one poor enough to have swung it. He knew which chamber. Someone had told him which chamber. He went up the servants' stair on soft feet, and he found the 2 white harbor men Catelyn had set at the door, and he did not go through them, because he was cleverer than that. He went past them, along the roof, and in through the narrow window Jon left cracked even in winter because he had never once in his life slept warm and had stopped fighting it. What the killer did not know, because no one had thought to tell him, because it was not the sort of thing that went into a report bought from a cheesemonger, was that the dark-haired boy did not sleep alone. A thing of white and silence slept across the foot of his bed, and it had grown in a year from a runt that fit in 2 hands to a beast the size of a hound and still growing, and it did not bark. It had never once made a sound in its life, and so the first the killer knew of Ghost was the weight of him closing over his knife arm in the dark, and the second thing he knew was the floor coming up, and there was no third thing, or there was, but it was brief, and it was quiet. The way everything about Ghost was quiet. And by the time Catelyn had the door open and a torch in the passage, the man was dead on the boards with his own priceless blade a foot from a hand that would never reach it again. And Jon was sitting up white-faced in the tangle of his blankets with a wolf standing over a corpse and looking at him with weirwood eyes as if to ask whether it had done the thing correctly. Ned came at a run with ice bare in his hands. He took one look and then he knelt by the dead man, and he did the thing a lesser lord would have been too shaken to do, which was to look past the corpse to the blade and lift it and turn it in the torchlight and go very still. "Valyrian steel," he said. "Dragonbone hilt. This is a lord's knife, Cat. A great lord's. No sellsword owns this. No sellsword was ever within a mile of a case this came from." He looked up, and his face in the torchlight was a thing his children had never seen and would not forget. "Someone in this castle tonight, someone who came up the King's Road in a gold litter, wanted my sister's son dead so badly they spent a Valyrian blade to do it quiet. Before the king even has his answer, before I've even told him the truth." He rose. "They're not waiting for Robert to decide, Cat. They've decided. The queen, or the men who think for her, they mean to make the whole question moot by morning. A dead boy asks no one for a throne." Jon had found his voice. He was 14, and there was a dead man on his floor and a wolf standing in the man's blood, and Jon Stark looked at all of it and did not weep and did not shake, and when he spoke it was quiet, and it was the plainest anyone had ever heard him speak as the thing he had spent his life refusing to be. "They came for me in the dark," he said. "In your house, under your roof. And they used a coward's blade and a hired hand because they didn't dare do it in the light." His gray eyes came up, and there was something new in them, cold and clear and terrible, the beginning of a king waking in a boy who had wanted only to be nobody. "I've spent my whole life slipping my bouts, father, so the men wouldn't want it for me, so I wouldn't be a thing worth killing. And it didn't matter, they came anyway, they'll always come. There's no version of me quiet enough to be safe, is there?" "No," Ned said. He would not lie to him, not now, not this. "There never was. I've known it since the tower. It's why I raised you true. A hidden boy dies hidden in the dark and no one ever knows his name. But you," he set his hand on the back of Jon's neck, "the way his own father had done to him, the way he had done to Robb and Bran and all of them. They'll have to kill in the light now in front of the whole North over the body of every man who swore to you. That's the difference I bought you. Not safety. I could never buy you safety. Witnesses. I bought you witnesses." Ghost lifted his head from the dead man and looked at the door, ears forward, silent, and a moment later they all heard it too, the tramp of boots in the passage and the king's voice, thick with wine and sleep and something rising under both, bellowing Ned's name through the sleeping castle, closer with every step. Robert had heard there was a dead man in Winterfell. Robert was coming, and Ned Stark stood over a Valyrian blade and a slain assassin with his sister's son at his side, and understood that the hour he had chosen 14 years ago, the hour to tell the king the truth, was not going to be a morning of his choosing after all. It was going to be now, in a blood-smelling chamber, with a corpse on the floor between two old friends, and no time left at all to make it gentle. He took up the assassin's knife, and he turned to face the door, and he waited for the king of the 7 kingdoms to walk through it and ask him, at last, the question he had crossed a continent to ask. Chapter 5 in Chapter 6. The truth about Lyanna. Robert Baratheon filled the doorway of the blood-smelling chamber, a torch in one fist and no weapon in the other, and he looked at the dead man on the floor and the white wolf standing over him and the dark-haired boy on the bed, and Ned watched the king's face and saw the exact moment the drink burned off and the war god came back up through the fat, because there had been a war god once, whatever the years had done to him. "Whose is that knife?" Robert said. "You should ask your wife," Ned said. The silence that followed was the loudest thing in the north. Robert's head came round slow. Say that again. Valyrian steel, dragonbone hilt, in the hand of a hired man who came north with your baggage train and climbed to this window in the dark to cut the throat of a 14-year-old boy. Ned held the blade up flat across his palms, offering it, so the king could see he made no threat with it. I don't know which Lannister paid the coin. I know it was a Lannister blade in a Lannister's hired hand, sent to kill a child under my roof while my king slept 3 doors away. That's the truth of the knife, Robert. You wanted a truth before you rode south. Here's one to be going on with, and it's the smaller of the two I owe you. Smaller, Robert looked from Ned to the boy and back, and something was working behind the quick eyes, some arithmetic he did not want to finish. He crossed the room and looked down at Jon, close, the torch between them, and the boy did not flinch from the king of the 7 kingdoms leaning over him with murder in his color, and Robert stared at the long grave face a long moment, and his breath went out of him rough. Get everyone out, Robert said. Everyone. The woman, the boy, the servants. You and me, Ned, now. The boy stays with his mother's guards, Ned said. After tonight I'll not send him 3 feet from a sworn sword for any king living, but you and I will talk. The godswood, away from ears. Cat. He did not have to finish. Catelyn had Jon up and wrapped and out the door with 4 White Harbor men around him before Robert had turned, and Ghost went with them, silent, red-eyed, leaving bloody prints down the passage. And then it was the 2 of them, the wolf and the stag, grown old, in a room that smelled of another man's death. The godswood was black and cold, and the heart tree's carved face watched them with its weeping red eyes, and Robert Baratheon, who kept the 7 and had no love for the old gods of the north, planted himself under the weirwood like a man who wanted a witness after all, even a strange one. Tell me, he said, the big truth, the one you've been sitting on since the war. I've known you 30 years, Ned. You've never once been able to hide a thing from me. You go gray and grim about the mouth, and you have been gray and grim about the mouth since I rode through your gate. Tell me, and don't you dare dress it kind. I'm too old and too drunk and too tired of dreaming. So Ned told him. Under the heart tree in the cold, the way he'd told Catelyn and Benjen and 8 great lords, one fact laid on the next like courses of stone, and he did not dress it kind, because Robert had asked him not to, and because kindness was a thing you did with a lie and Ned had none left to give. He told him of the tower, of Lyanna dying in a bed of blood with a child at her breast, and then he told him the thing that Robert had gone to war over without ever once suspecting it might be false, the thing under all the other things, the load-bearing lie of Robert Baratheon's entire life. She wasn't taken, Robert, she went. The king went very still. She married him, before a septon and before a heart tree both. Rhaegar set Elia aside with a dispensation from the high septon, and he wed Lyanna in Dorne, and she went with him willingly, and she bore him a son, and she died a wife and not a captive. Ned made himself say all of it, because a half-truth here would be crueler than the whole. The war you fought, the rebellion, Rhaegar the ravisher, the stolen maiden, the monster prince you put your hammer through on the trident. It was true that he took her south. It was never true that she wept to go. She loved him, Robert. I'm sorry. There's no gentle road to it, and I've stopped looking for one. My sister loved the man you killed, and the boy in that chamber tonight is their trueborn son, and I have raised him for 15 years because she made me swear it with her last breath, and I would do it again. For a long moment Robert Baratheon did not move at all. The torch guttered. The heart tree wept its red sap in the cold, and then the king made a sound that Ned had never heard a man make low, from somewhere under the breastbone, and he turned and drove his fist into the weirwood's ancient trunk hard enough that Ned heard the bones of the hand go, and the king did not seem to feel it, and he hit the tree again, and again, until the white bark was smeared with a living man's blood beside the old dead red of the sap. No, Robert said. Number she was mine. She was stolen. That silver bastard raped her, and I burned the world down to make it right, and that is the one true thing, Ned. That is the one clean thing I ever did. It is the only thing I have. You will not take it. You will not stand in your God's grove and take the one clean thing. I'd give anything not to have to, Ned said. But you asked for the truth as a man, and a man doesn't get to choose which truths. She chose him. It has nothing to do with whether you loved her. You loved her. You've loved her 20 years. She simply loved someone else the way people do, and it was a grief and not a crime, and you built a war on the difference. He did not go to the king. Some sorrows cannot be touched. You didn't avenge her, Robert. You widowed her. And then you took the throne of the man she chose, and you smiled while Tywin Lannister's dog smashed that man's other children on the marble, and you called it justice. And every day since you've drunk to forget that it never felt like justice, because it wasn't. It was a jealous boy who lost a tourney, given an army. That reached him where nothing else could. Robert turned, his ruined hand hanging, his face wet in the torchlight, and for the length of a breath there was no king there at all. Only the boy from the Eyrie who'd wanted one thing his whole life and never gotten it. And Ned nearly went to him then. 30 years of friendship pulling like a tide. Then the king wiped his mouth with the back of his good hand, and the boy was gone, and what came up in his place was the other thing, the Baratheon thing, the fury that had won a war. The boy's a Targaryen, Robert said. Trueborn or bastard, it's dragon's blood, it's Rhaegar's seed, it's the get of the man who, he could not say it. The old lie and the new truth were tearing at each other in him, and neither would win cleanly. They all have to die, Ned. Everyone. I swore it. I sat on that throne, and I swore no dragon would ever fly again while I lived. And you're telling me there's one grown to 14 in my oldest friend's house, and I'm to what, bless him? Set him above my own sons. Let him raise a banner and take back what I bled for. He's raised no banner. He's a boy who wants to be nobody, and I've spent 15 years trying to give him that and failing, because men like you won't let a dragon be nobody. You'd rather he were a threat so you can call the killing justice. Ned's voice did not rise. That was the thing about Ned, the harder the ground, the quieter he stood on it. He's Lyanna's son, Robert. Look at him. He has her face. You wept at her tomb not 6 hours ago. That boy is what's left of her in the world, the only living piece, and you want me to hand him to you so you can dash him against a wall like Elia's babe so you can have your clean thing back. And I won't. I made a promise to your Lyanna and mine, and I've never yet broken one to you, but I'll break every oath I ever swore to a king before I break the one I swore to her. That's where I am. That's where I've been since the tower. Now you know all of it, and you can do what you came to do. Robert Baratheon stood under the heart tree a long time, and Ned let him, because there are hours in a man's life that cannot be hurried, and this was one, and whatever came out of it would decide a great many deaths. If I take him, Robert said at last slowly as though feeling the shape of it, I have to take you. You know that. You'll not give him up, you've said it plain, and I'd not believe you if you swore otherwise. You've never learned to lie. So I take the boy, I take you. I take your head on Traitor's Walk, honest Ned Stark, the only friend I've got, for the crime of keeping faith with my dead love's dying wish. That's the price of my clean thing. He laughed, and there was no bottom to it at all now. And if I don't take him, if I ride south and pretend I never heard it, then I've a living trueborn dragon in the north with a better claim than my whole line, and a wife whose family already tried to knife him, and it's war anyway, only later and worse, and with my own queen lighting the fire behind my back. He looked at his hand, the broken one, as though noticing it for the first time. There's no clean thing here, is there? You've taken it. There was never a clean thing. I built my whole life on a lie a grieving girl told with her body, and I've been drunk 20 years so I wouldn't have to notice. There's one clean thing left, Ned said. You can choose not to murder her son. That's clean. It's the only clean thing on offer, and it's yours to take, and no one can make you, not Cersei, not Tywin, not your own oath sworn over corpses. You're the king. You can decide that the last of Lyanna Stark lives. That would be the cleanest thing you ever did, and it would cost you nothing but the pleasure of a killing you don't even want. For one moment, one single moment under the weeping tree, Ned thought he had him. He saw it in the ruined face, the war god warring with the boy, and the boy winning, some starved decent thing in Robert Baratheon rising toward the surface after 20 years down in the wine. And then hooves in the yard and torchlight, and Cersei Lannister's voice, sharp and carrying, arriving with her father's household knights at her back and her brother beside her, having heard that her hired man was dead, and that the king was closeted with Stark in a grove in the dark, and knowing, the way Cersei always knew, that a thing had gotten out of her hands and had to be seized back before it walked. "Your Grace," she called into the godswood, and her voice was all wife and mother and worry, and every word of it was a knife. "They've told me there was murder in the guest house. That Stark's men killed a servant of ours, and now you're alone with him in the dark and no guard. Come out into the light, my love. Whatever the Northman's been pouring in your ear, come out and let us look at it in the light, where a Stark's grave face can't dress a lie as a truth." Ned watched Robert hear her, watched the moment close, because that was Cersei's gift, the reverse of Ned's. She could take a truth and make it look like a lie by the simple act of naming it in the wrong room, and she had just named the whole of it, murder and Stark and darkness, and reframed it so that the honest thing looked like the plot, and the plotter looked like the worried wife. And Robert, who wanted more than anything in the world not to have heard what he just heard, reached for the frame she offered him the way a drowning man reaches for anything that floats. "We're done here tonight," Robert said. His voice had gone flat. The moment was gone, buried again under the wine that wasn't even in him anymore, buried by 20 years of habit and a clever woman's arriving at exactly the wrong hour. "I have to think. I can't gods, Ned, I have to think." He turned toward Cersei's torches. "The boy lives tonight. Nobody touches him tonight, on my word as king, and my word still means that much even to my wife. But I ride south in the morning, and I'll send you my answer from the road. And I don't know what it'll be. I swear to you before your heathen tree I don't know. And that's the truest thing I've said since I came through your gate." He walked out of the godswood toward his queen, a great ruined man with a broken hand, and did not look back. Cersei did not follow him at once. She let the king go ahead into the torchlight, and she stepped instead to the edge of the godswood where Ned stood, and she looked at him with the green eyes that had priced his sister's son across a feast table, and she spoke low, so that only he could hear, all the wife and worry gone out of her voice now that her husband could not hear it. "You should have let my man finish his work, Lord Stark," she said. "It would have been kinder to everyone. A dead bastard, a season of mourning, and your family whole. Instead you have made a speech to a weak man in a dark grove, and you think you have won something, and you have won nothing but the certainty of what comes next." She drew her fur closer. "Hear me, since we are being honest under your bleeding tree. My husband is a coward who dresses his cowardice as mercy, and he will ride south, and he will drink, and he will do nothing, because doing nothing is the only thing Robert has ever been good at. But I am not my husband. When you play the Game of Thrones, my lord, you win or you die. There is no middle ground, no honorable draw, no grove in the dark where the honest man keeps his head and his boy both. You have chosen to play. I would have spared you the lesson once out of respect for a worthy enemy. But you knifed my man and you turned my husband's face from me in the night. And so you will learn it the long way, the way my father teaches, and when it is done, there will be nothing left of your gray pile of stones but a song the small folk are too frightened to sing." She smiled, and it did not reach her eyes, and it was somehow the most honest thing anyone had shown him all night. "Guard your dragon well, Lord Stark. He will not want for enemies." She went after her king, gold on the black snow, and Ned stood alone under the heart tree and understood that if Robert was the storm he could perhaps outlast, Cersei Lannister was the cold that would come after, patient and total, and far harder to survive. Jon found Robb on the battlements at first light, because neither of them could sleep, and because a thing had changed in the night that the two of them had to name to each other before either could bear it. Below in the gray dawn, the king's household was breaking camp, wagons loaded, horses stamping, the gold litter of the queen waiting cold in the yard. Ghost sat between the two young men, white against the gray stone, watching the Southerners the way he watched everything, silent and unblinking. "He knows," Jon said. "The king. My father told him everything last night in the Godswood, and a man came through my window with a Valyrian knife before that." He said it flatly, looking south. "So it's real now, all of it. The thing we've pretended was a story we'd never have to finish. It's finished. It came for me in my bed, Robb." Robb Stark was 15, auburn and broad-shouldered, and made for the thing that was coming, though he did not know it yet. And he looked at his cousin, who was his brother in everything but a word, and he did not say any of the useless things. He put his hand on the back of Jon's neck, the way their father did, the way Starks did. "You've been slipping your bouts since we were 10, Robb said, "so the men wouldn't want to make you a king. I always let you because I knew why you did it, and I thought it was the finest thing about you. But it's done now, Jon. They came for you in the dark. You can't slip a knife in the dark." He turned Jon to face him. "So stop slipping, not for the crown. I don't care about the crown. I've got Winterfell coming to me, and I never wanted anything else. Stop slipping, because the men who are going to die for you deserve to die for the best of you, not the polite half you let them see. If they're going to bleed, let them bleed for the real thing." His jaw worked. "And know this, and I'll only say it the once because we don't say such things twice. Whatever you are, dragon or wolf or both, you're my brother first. You were my brother before you were anyone's king, and you'll be my brother after. When the banners go up, mine goes up first, and it goes up for you, and I'll command your van, and I'll win you your throne, and then I'll come home to Winterfell and be the last man in the north who's allowed to beat you at swords and call you an idiot to your face. That's the bargain. That's the only crown oath you'll ever get out of me, and it's worth more than all the rest you're going to hear, because it's the only one that isn't about the throne at all." Jon looked at his brother a long moment in the gray light, and did not say what was in him, because it did not need saying, and they were Starks. He gripped the back of Robb's neck in turn. The two of them bent together over the cold stone, with the wolf between them and 1,000 southern swords breaking camp below. And something passed between the two young men that no king's household could see and no queen could price. The thing that Ned Stark had built the whole of his gamble on, the thing the South had never understood and never would, which was that in the North, love and loyalty were not two words but one, and that a boy defended by that one word was a boy worth going to war for. Ned gathered his own an hour later in the solar with the door barred. Catelyn, Robb, Roderick, Maester Luwin, and the great Jon and Midge Mormont and Rickard Karstark, who had come for the harvest moot and stayed for the king and were now, all unknowing, exactly the men he needed. "The king knows," Ned told them. "All of it, told by me tonight under the heart tree. And the Lannisters tried to murder Jon in his bed with a Valyrian blade before the king could even decide, which tells you what the queen means to do whatever Robert chooses. So the 15 years of quiet are over, my lords. It comes now, or it comes very soon, and I'll not pretend to you it comes on ground of my choosing." The great Jon was on his feet before Ned finished. "Then we call it, the banners, all of them. Say the word Stark, and the last hearth empties by week's end. Sit, Umber, and hear me, because a war called in a rage is a war lost." Ned put his hands flat on the table. "Here is where we stand, and I want it understood before any man draws a sword. Robert has not declared against us. He's ridden off to think, torn between a friend and an oath, with a wife pouring poison in one ear and 30 years of me in the other, and I'll not be the one who makes his choice easy by calling my banners while he's still deciding. The moment the North marches, I've made Robert's decision for him. I've turned a grieving man's private agony into a rebellion he has to crush to keep his crown. So we do not march. Not yet. We arm. Quietly. We victual the castles, and we call the harvest in early, and we set watch on the causeway, and we send word, careful word, no boy's name in any raven, to the men we'll need when it does come. But we let Robert be the one to break the peace, because a war the throne starts is a war the whole North fights as one, and a war we start is a war Roose Bolton counts the odds of before he mounts his horse. Rhaegar Stark leaned forward, gaunt and gray. And the boy, if the king's answer from the road is give me the dragon's head, then his answer is no, sent by me, and the war starts on his word and not ours. Ned looked around the table at the hard old faces, the men who had sworn to a 2-year-old 15 autumns gone and never once flinched from it. But it will not be a boy's head he asks for any more. It will be a war for a king. And when it comes, my lords, we do not fight it as a rebellion. Lord Manderley gave me the shape of it years ago, and I've never forgotten. We do not raise a banner of treason. We raise a banner of restoration. A true-born son of the last true king, robbed of his birthright by a usurper who murders children, defended by the one part of the realm honorable enough to keep its word. That's not rebels, my lords. That's the rightful thing, and it will draw to it every man in the 7 kingdoms who ever went to sleep ashamed of what was done on the steps of that throne. Midge Mormont thumped the table once with her fist. Say it plainer for an old woman, Stark. Are we making the boy a king or not? Ned was quiet a moment. Somewhere in the yard below, the king's household was already stirring, grooms and guards and the queen's gold litter, making ready to ride south with an answer no one yet knew. We're making him what he was born, Ned said. The rest of the realm can call it a crown or a treason as it likes. I'll call it the truth, the same as I've called it his whole life, and I'll defend it with the North. And if the North falls defending the truth, then at least it fell doing the one thing it's always been better at than any kingdom in the South, keeping its word. He rose. Go arm your houses, my lords, quietly, and pray Robert Baratheon finds the clean thing on the long road home, because if he does, there's a chance yet of peace. And if he doesn't, then the boy who wanted to be nobody is going to be a king after all, and the North is going to bleed to make him one, and I am going to spend the last of a promise I made in a tower 15 years ago, and I find that I am ready too. The king's column went south through the gates a little after noon, banners drooping in the wet, and Ned stood on the wall and watched it go and did not wave, and Robert did not look back, and both of those absences were their own kind of message. When the last wagon had cleared the outer gate, Ned went not to his solar but to the broken tower where the assassin had climbed, and he took Luwin with him, and Jory Castle, and no one else, because the thing he had to reckon with now was one he did not want the household to see him reckon. He knew the window, Ned said. He stood at the foot of the tower, looking up the wet stones to the roofline where a climber could cross to Jon's chamber. Think on it, Luwin. A hired man out of the south, in Winterfell one single night in the dark, in a castle he'd never seen. And he went past the 2 guards on the door, along a roof no stranger would know was passable, to the one window in the whole of the guest range that a certain boy leaves cracked in winter because he has never once slept warm. He did not find that window by luck. Someone drew him a map. Someone in this castle, who knew which chamber and knew the roof line and knew that Jon sleeps with the shutter open, sold that knowing to the queen's man for coin or for fear. His voice was flat and cold. I have spent 15 years afraid of the leak coming from a drunk lord's loose tongue in a tavern. I never once let myself think it might come from inside my own walls, from a face I nod to across the yard every morning. That was a failure of imagination. I'll not make it twice. Lewin's chain clinked as he folded his hands into his sleeves against the cold. You suspect someone. I suspect everyone, which is the same as suspecting no one and just as useless. Ned looked at the old Meister. But I'll tell you what I know. The men who have sworn before the heart tree, the old circle, I'd stake my life on and have. It's the wider household that's grown careless in 15 years of quiet. A castle at peace forgets to be afraid, and a servant who's carried a tray past a sleeping prince 1,000 times stops thinking of him as a secret worth silver. He started up the tower stair, slow, reading the stones. And there's a colder possibility, Lewin, and I'll only say it to you, and then will not speak it aloud again until I've proof. Roose Bolton swore to me that he'd be my truest man as long as I was the strong side, and warned me to my face that he'd not be, the day I wasn't. Well, tonight the king rode off leaving me the weaker side, or looking it, and a Bolton man has sat in this castle as a guest these 3 weeks, quiet as his lord, watching which way the wind sets. He stopped on the stair and looked down at Lewin. I do not say it was the Dreadfort. I say a careful man notices which of his sworn houses is already, in its own cold arithmetic, weighing whether the strong side has become the weak one. Write nothing down. Watch the Bolton man. And double the boy's guard again, and change the men on it by lot, so that no one, not even I, knows a week ahead who will be standing at John's door on any given night. A trader can't sell a watch he can't predict. They came down out of the tower into the failing afternoon, and Ned Stark, who had begun this all with a promise and a chest of parchment, understood that the war he'd spent 15 years preparing for was not going to be a clean thing of banners and causeways and honest enemies across a field. It was going to be fought first in the corners of his own house, against faces he knew, over a boy who still, even now, even after a knife had come through his window in the night, wanted nothing in the world so much as to be left alone to be nobody. Ned looked up at the cracked shutter of John's chamber, high in the gray stone, and made himself a second promise to set beside the first. He would find the hand inside his walls, and when he found it, he would deal with it the old way, the northern way, the way his father had taught him. The man who passes the sentence swings the sword so that a lord never forgets the weight of what he orders done. Whatever this cost him, he would not become a man who killed at a distance in the dark through hired hands. That was the Queen's way. It would never be his. That difference, he was coming to understand, might be the only thing that made the boy worth crowning at all. Chapter 6, End Chapter 7. The Prince Who Came North. They caught the informer 3 weeks after the king rode south, and he was not a Bolton man, and he was not a Lannister spy, and that was the worst of it, because it meant the rot was closer to the bone than a hired enemy. His name was Wend, and he had carried water and firewood in Winterfell for 11 years, and he had a wife with a bad chest and 4 children and a 5th coming. And a factor out of White Harbor with a soft southern accent had found him at the winter market and offered him more silver than a firewood carrier sees in a decade to answer 3 small questions. Which chamber did the Stark cousin sleep in? Did he keep a dog? Did he shutter his window? Wend had told himself it was nothing. 3 answers about a boy. What harm in answers? And he had spent the silver on a Meister's syrup for his wife's chest. And then a man had come through that shuttered window with a Valyrian knife, and Wend had understood, too late, that he had sold a child's throat for a bottle of syrup and a winter's warmth. Jory Castle's men took him in the Godswood, where he had gone to be sick with himself among the roots, and he did not run, and he did not lie when they put it to him. He only wept and said he had not known. He had thought it was gossip they wanted. He had not known. Ned held the trial in the great hall in the open, with the household watching, because a lord who does justice in a cellar is a lord ashamed of his justice, and Ned Stark had never in his life been ashamed of a judgment. He heard the man out. He heard the wife's cough from the back of the hall. He heard the whole small squalid shape of it, the silver, the syrup, the three answers. And when it was done, the hall was silent, and every man there knew what the law said, because the law in the north was old and plain. A man who takes coin to help murder a child under guest right has broken the deepest law the first men ever kept, and the penalty is death, and it is not a penalty a Stark had ever been known to soften. He knew what he was answering, said the great John low from the side of the hall. A man doesn't take a stranger's silver for talk of where a boy sleeps and tell himself it's gossip. He knew. Take his head, Ned, and let the next firewood carrier who's offered a purse remember the weight of it. And Ned, who agreed with every word of it, who felt the law pulling at him the way it had pulled at his father and his father's father, looked instead to the end of the high table where John sat, because John was the one the man had helped to kill, and because a boy who would be a king had best learn, young in the open, what a judgment costs the man who passes it. "It was your window, John," Ned said. "Your throat. The law is clear and the great John's right, and I'll swing the sword myself before the hour's out if the judgment's death. But you're the one he sold, so before I pass it I'll hear you, not as my son, as the man he wronged. What would you have of him?" The hall turned to the boy. John rose, and he did not look at the crowd. He looked at Wend, at the weeping man on his knees, at the wife coughing in the back, and he was quiet a long moment, long enough that men began to shift, and when he spoke it was not the answer any of them expected, and it was the first time the North heard him think aloud like a king. "The law says his head," John said, "and I won't stand here and tell you the law's wrong. Because a boy who wants the law bent the day it's inconvenient to him is a boy who will bend it every day he's a man, and then it isn't law, it's just his mood with a crown on. So I'll not pretend the law doesn't say what it says." He came down from the dais, slow, and stood over the kneeling man. "But the law lets the wronged man ask for mercy, and I'm the wronged man, and I'm asking. Not because he deserves it. He doesn't. He sold my life for a bottle of syrup, and I'll carry that the rest of my days. I'm asking because of what killing him would make us." He turned to Ned and to the hall. "Every man in this room is being asked to bleed for me, to leave his own children for a war over my name. And what am I offering them in return? What's the thing I'm supposed to be that's worth their sons? If the answer is a king who takes the head of a frightened father who was tricked by a clever southerner and spent the coin on medicine, then I'm not worth it. Then I'm just Cersei Lannister with a wolf on my banner, killing at a distance the men too small to fight back. I won't be that. If you make me a king, I have to be a different thing than the one we're fighting, or there's no reason to fight at all. And the law," Rhaegar Karstark's voice hard from the benches. "You'd have us set aside the law for a soft feeling. That's how the South rots, boy. A little mercy here, a little there, and soon a man can buy any crime with a sad enough story." John met the old lord's eyes and did not flinch. "Not set it aside. The law says his life is forfeit, and it is. I don't dispute the sentence. I dispute where it falls. Take his freedom, not his head. Send him to the wall, where a man works his crime off in the cold for the rest of his days, and dies useful instead of dying as a warning. Let his family come north to Winterfell's own lands and eat at my father's charge, not because they've earned it, but because starving a man's children for his crime is the exact thing we say the Lannisters do and we don't. That's not softening the law. That's the law with its eyes open. He forfeits his life. He spends it on the wall instead of the block. And every firewood carrier in the north learns two things at once, that betraying this house is death, and that this house, unlike the one on the Iron Throne, knows the difference between a man and the frightened mistake he made." He stepped back. That's what I'd have of him, father. The crown's mine to want, that's the first thing I'd do with it. And if the North thinks that makes me too soft to be a king, then better it learns it now over one firewood carrier than on a battlefield with 40,000 men committed. The hall was silent, and into the silence unexpected came the Great John's rumble, grudging and slow, a man revising an opinion in public which the Great John almost never did. "Huh," said John Umber. "The wall, and the family fed." He scratched his beard. "It's not what I'd have done, but I'm an old man who'd have taken a head and felt righteous and made a martyr of a fool and taught every servant in the North that this house kills the weak same as the strong one does." He looked at John with something new in his face. "The lad's got the right of it, curse him. That's a king thinking. I swore to a babe 15 years past on your say-so, Ned, and I'll be honest. Some nights I wondered if I'd sworn to a face and a parchment and nothing more. I don't wonder now. Send the fool to the wall. And let the men see it was the boy's mercy, and not the Lord's law that did it. For that's the thing they'll follow into fire." Ned passed the sentence John had asked for, and swung no sword that day, and watched his sister's son climb back up to the high table with the whole hall's eyes changed upon him, and understood that the boy had just done, in one judgment, a thing that no oath and no parchment and no war could do. He had made himself a king in the seeing of men, not by claiming a crown, but by being in front of them, the kind of man they wished the world were ruled by. Ned had spent 15 years trying to give John the truth of who he was. John had just spent a single afternoon showing the North who he chose to be, and the second gift, Ned saw now, was the one that would actually win the war. The alliances were harder than a single afternoon's justice, and they came in slower and colder, the way everything in the North came. Catelyn wrote to Riverrun, and the answer that came back from her father was the answer of a dying man hedging his last bet. Hoster Tully loved his daughter and mistrusted her cause, and he would not raise the Riverlands for a Targaryen boy he'd never met. Not yet. Not while Robert lived and the throne had not moved, but he would not close the door either, for his grandson was Robb Stark and blood was blood, and if the day came that the North marched with the right on its side, the Trident would think on it. It was not a yes. In the game they were now playing, it was as much as an honest man could expect from a river lord with a dozen bridges to lose. Not yet, but perhaps, and the door left open a crack. The Vale was worse. Catelyn's own sister sat in the eyrie, Lysa Arryn, widow now of the old hand who had died with 2 secrets in his belly. And Lysa answered her sister's careful letter with a wild, frightened scrawl that spoke of poison and Lannisters and enemies on every stair, and would promise nothing, and hinted that the mountain fastness of the Vale meant to sit out whatever came with its bloody gates barred and its knights idle. A widow ruling for a sickly boy, jumping at shadows. There was no army to be had there, only a locked door and a woman too afraid to open it. And there was the matter of the twins, which no march south could avoid, for Walder Frey held the only dry crossing of the Green Fork, the bridge that any northern host would have to cross to reach the Riverlands or the south, and Lord Walder was 90 years old and had outlived 7 wives and every scruple he had ever briefly owned, and his loyalty was a thing you did not win but rented by the season, at a price that climbed each time you needed it. Ned sent him a careful letter and received a careful nothing, which from the late Lord Frey was its own answer. The twins would sell their crossing to whichever side looked likeliest to win, on the day it looked likeliest and not 1 hour before. So the map, when Ned laid it out in his solar with Luwin and Robb, was a lonely one. The North, entire, sworn and arming. The neck, sealed, a hand across the realm's throat. And beyond that, in every direction, doors held shut by frightened or greedy or dying men, none of them enemies yet, none of them friends. Ned looked at it a long time. "We need one great house of the South to say yes out loud," he said. "Not a maybe, not a locked gate. One kingdom that stands up and names the boy the rightful thing, so that the others see it can be done and lived through. One yes breaks the spell, and there's only one house in the whole of the 7 kingdoms that hates the men on that throne enough to say it. He set his finger on the far south of the map, on the red mountains and the deserts beyond, on the sun and spear of a house that had its own murdered children to remember. Dorne. The Red Viper came north on a manderly cog under a false name and a merchant's cloak, up the White Knife to White Harbor and then hard overland to Winterfell in the worst of the autumn rains, and he arrived mud to the thighs and grinning like a man who had enjoyed every mile of it. And the first thing Oberyn Martell said when they brought him dripping into Ned Stark's solar was not a greeting. "Show me the boy," he said. "I have come 2,000 miles through your barbarian whether to look at the child my sister was set aside for. I will drink your wine after. First the boy. I want to see his face before he knows I am looking, so I will know whether I have come to kneel or to kill, for I confess to you, Lord Stark, that as I rode I could not decide which, and a Dornishman likes to keep his options warm." Ned had expected many things of Prince Oberyn. He had not expected honesty delivered like a blade balanced on a fingertip, and he adjusted, the way 15 years had taught him to adjust. "You'll see him at supper among my children and you'll watch him as long as you like," Ned said. "But I'll tell you now what you'll see, so you're not disappointed. You'll see a boy who looks like a Stark and acts like a servant, and wants the crown you've come to weigh him for about as much as you want the ague you'll catch riding home in this rain. If you've come to kill a proud dragon puffed up on his blood, Prince Oberyn, you've wasted your 2,000 miles. There's no such dragon here. There's my sister's son, and he's the humblest thing in a castle full of hard, proud men, and that humility is the truest part of him, and if it doesn't move you then nothing I say will." "Everyone tells me he is humble," Oberyn said, shrugging out of the wet cloak. "Humble, humble, the humble little wolf dragon. Do you know what humility looks like to a man whose sister was humbled, Lord Stark? Elia was humble. Elia was gentle and sickly and kind, and she did everything a good princess is supposed to do. She bore Rhaegar 2 children and asked nothing and made no trouble. And Rhaegar rode past her at a tourney with a crown of blue roses, and laid it in the lap of your sister in front of the whole realm, and made Elia a thing that was set aside. And then the Lannisters came, and a mountain of a man raped her on the floor beside her murdered daughter and split her in half, and she was humble the whole time. Right up until the moment she was meat. His voice had not risen. That was the frightening thing, like Cersei, like Ned himself. The deep-cut men all went quiet at the bone. So forgive me if humility does not warm me. I have seen where humble women end. I have come to see whether the son of the woman my sister was traded for is worth the swords it would cost to put him on the chair Elia's children were murdered under. That is a great deal to ask of a supper. But I will watch the boy, and I will decide." He watched Jon through the whole of the meal, openly, a lean dark hawk of a man in Dornish orange amid the grey Northmen. And Jon, who had been told only that a southern lord of consequence had come in secret, felt the weight of the watching and did not fidget under it, and served the old blind lady Serwyn her meat before his own because she could not see to do it herself. And this Oberyn marked, and gave no sign of what he made of it. It was after, when the hall had thinned, that Oberyn Martell rose and walked the length of the table and sat himself down across from Jon uninvited, and put his chin on his fist, and looked at the boy the way a man looks at a horse he might buy or might have shot. "Do you know who I am?" Oberyn said. "No, my lord. My father said only that you'd come far and mattered greatly. I am Oberyn Nymeros Martell of Sunspear, and my sister was Elia, Princess of Dorne, and your father," he said the word with a curl to it, "your true father, the Silver One, the singer, was married to my sister before he ever laid eyes on the wolf girl who whelped you." He watched Jon's face for the flinch, and there was one, but it was not the flinch of a proud boy insulted. It was the flinch of a boy who had just been handed a piece of his own history that hurt. Rhaegar set my sister aside for your mother. Do you understand what I am telling you, boy? You are the living proof that my sister was not enough. You are the reason the whole realm laughed at Elia Martell at Harrenhal. And then the reason she died in a way, for a set-aside princess is a princess with no protector, and a princess with no protector is what Tywin Lannister's dogs found alone in the Red Keep. So look at me and tell me, why should Dorne bleed to crown you? Give me one reason that is not your blood, because your blood is exactly the thing I have come north hating. The hall had gone still. Ned did not move to intervene, though everything in him wanted to, because he had understood, watching, that this was Jon's to win or lose, and that a boy shielded by his uncle's sword in this moment would never be a king in Oberyn Martell's eyes, and Dorne would ride home. Jon was quiet a long moment. Then he did the thing that Ned would remember to the end of his days, the thing that was pure Lyanna and pure Ned both, the wolf girl's steel and the honest man's plainness. I won't give you a reason, Jon said, because you're right and I've got no answer to a thing that's true. He met the viper's eyes. My father set your sister aside. I've read the marriage lines 100 times and there's a dispensation in them, a paper from the High Septon making it lawful, and every time I read it I think, this is the paper that says a good woman wasn't enough. I don't know why Rhaegar did it. I never met him. He was dead on the Trident before I drew breath, and everything I know of him is that he read too many prophecies and broke a good woman's heart and started a war that killed my mother and yours and got your sister's children murdered on a marble floor. That's my inheritance, my lord. Not a throne, that. A father who hurt your sister and a war that ate both our families. I'm not proud of my blood. Half of it did a terrible thing to yours. He did not look away. So I won't tell you to bleed for me. I'll tell you this instead, and it's all I've got that's true. If I ever sit that chair, the men who killed Elia and her children answer for it. Not because it's good politics, because it's the debt my own blood ran up, and a man pays his family's debts, even the shameful ones, especially the shameful ones. Tywin Lannister and the Mountain who did the deed answer to Dorne in the open by law, however long it takes. That's not a reason to crown me. It's just the one promise I can make you and mean, and you can take it or ride home, and either way I won't lie to Elia's brother to buy his swords. She had enough of men who found her convenient. I won't be one more. Oberyn Martell looked at the boy for a long, long moment. Then he laughed, low and delighted and terrible, and sat back, and looked over at Ned Stark with his black eyes shining. He told me the truth, Oberyn said, marveling as though he had asked for a thing and been given a rarer one. I came 2,000 miles baiting a dragon child to puff himself up so I could despise him honestly, and instead he agreed with me. He said his own blood did a shameful thing. Do you know how long it has been, Lord Stark, since a Targaryen admitted to a Martell that Rhaegar was ever wrong about anything? He turned back to Jon. Never. The answer is never. Viserys, the beggar, across the sea, he speaks of Rhaegar as a god and my sister as a footnote, and he expects Dorne to bleed for him on the strength of his glorious name. And here is Rhaegar's own trueborn son with the better claim telling me his father broke a good woman and it shames him. He stood. That is a thing I can work with, not your blood, boy, your honesty. A king who will admit his house's crimes is a king who might actually punish them, and punishment is the only prayer Dorne has left. He looked to Ned. Dorne will not march tomorrow. My brother Doran is a patient man, more patient than I have blood for, and he moves the way water moves through stone, slowly, and only when it cannot be stopped. But I will carry this boy's face and this boy's words home to Sunspear, and I will tell my brother that the son of the woman our sister was traded for is the first Targaryen in a generation worth the name, and that when the northern banners rise, Dorne should think very hard about which of its spears want a reckoning with the Lannisters, and that the reckoning has, at last, a lawful face to ride behind. He grinned, all white teeth in the dark beard. Also I like him. That is not politics. But do not discount it. Men have died for less than being liked by a martel, and a few have lived for it, and it is impossible until the end to know which. So Dorne was not a yes, not quite, but it was the crack of a door that had been sealed since a marble floor ran red, and Ned Stark knew the value of a Dornish door even ajar, for it let in a wind that would reach every corner of the realm that remembered Elia. But that same night, as Oberyn's cog made ready to slip back down the white knife on the tide, a different messenger came to Winterfell, and this one Ned had not summoned and could not have, for he came in the shape of a scrap of paper tied to a common gray pigeon, not a raven, a bird that answered to no rookery and no maester, the kind of bird a certain fat perfumed man in King's Landing was known to keep, and the scrap was unsigned, and it was written in a fine court hand, and it said only this: "You have a dragon. I have known it longer than you think and said nothing, for reasons that were mine. But hear me, Lord Stark, from a friend you do not know you have. Your boy is not the only dragon who dreams of that chair. Across the narrow sea there is another. Rhaegar's brother, Viserys, styles himself the third of his name already, and there is a marriage being brewed for his sister to buy an army of horse lords. And there are men of means in the free cities who have spent 15 years and a great deal of gold preparing to put a Targaryen back on the Iron Throne. And not one of them ever dreamed the Targaryen they meant to use was sitting in a snowbank in the north with a wolf's face and an honest tongue. Your boy does not merely have a better claim than Robert. He has a better claim than Viserys, for a true-born son of the elder brother comes before the younger brother entire. When this is known across the sea, and it will be known, you will find that the dragons you must fear are not all in the south, and that the ones who ought to be your natural allies will hate your boy more fiercely than any lion, because he does not take Robert's crown from a stranger. He takes it from them. A friend advises you to think on this before you raise a banner. The game is larger than the north. It has always been larger than the north. Ned read it twice, and then he burned it, and he stood a long while at the dark window watching Oberyn's lantern dwindle down the river toward the sea and the wide contested world beyond it, and understood that the promise he had made in a tower had grown, over 15 years, from a single child in his arms into a thing that now reached across an ocean, and touched the schemes of men he had never met and would never trust, and that somewhere in Essos a starving prince with silver hair was going to learn. Soon, that a boy he'd never heard of had been born ahead of him in a line he thought was his alone, and would hate that boy for the crime of merely existing, and that John Stark, who had wanted only to be nobody, was about to find that even the last dragons in the world would count him an enemy before they ever met him. The North had bound itself to a king, but the world, Ned saw now, was full of other men's crowns, and every one of them would see in John's honest face the same thing, a threat that had to be answered. He went to find his sister's son, to tell him, plainly, in the way he had always told him things, that the war they'd been readying for was no longer only Robert's, and had perhaps never been only Robert's at all. Chapter 7. In Chapter 8. The banners of the North. Robert Baratheon's answer came north in 2 ravens that crossed on the wind, and the crueler of the 2 was the one that arrived second. The first was black-bordered and short and from the small council, and it said that the king was dead. A boar in the Kingswood on a hunt, the beast's tusk in his belly and too much strong wine in his blood to guard against it, a great sad accident that had taken a great fat king, and that his son Joffrey, first of his name, now sat the Iron Throne, and that the realm mourned. Ned read it standing in the yard and felt the ground move, because he had known Robert since they were boys in the Eyrie, and now Robert was meat in a box, and the last of the two who had raised together under Jon Arryn's hand were down to one. The second raven came a day later, and it was not from any council. It had been carried by a rider to White Harbor and put on a manderly bird, and it was in Robert's own hand, the great sprawling letters of a man who wrote as seldom as he could, and it had been written on the road south, a week before the boar, and some honest servant had held to his charge and sent it on even after the king who wrote it was dead. Ned took it into the godswood to read it alone, because he had a feeling about it, and the feeling was right. Ned, it said, I have been 3 weeks drunk, and I have thought about nothing but a bleeding tree in your God's grove, and a thing you told me under it. You bastard! You grim, honest bastard! You took my clean thing, and you were right to. That is the worst of it. You are always right, and it is the most tiresome quality in a friend. I have decided. Here it is, so you have it in my hand and can wave it at anyone who says Robert Baratheon never did a decent thing. The boy lives. Lyanna's boy lives, and I'll not touch him, and I'll not let anyone touch him. And when I am back on my chair, I mean to summon you south, and we will find some way to make it lawful and quiet. A pardon, a legitimizing, a lie the meisters can dress up. I do not care, because I have looked at it from every side a drunk man can, and I cannot make myself into the thing that kills the last of her. I killed the father, that was enough. Let the son alone. I am not the tyrant Rhaegar was, whatever the singers make of me, and I will prove it by leaving one dragon breathing out of nothing but love for a dead girl, and if that is weakness, then it is the only weakness I have ever been proud of. Come south, Ned. Bring the boy. Let me look at Lyanna's eyes one time before I die, and I will make him safe on my life, on my crown. Your friend still, God's help us both, Robert. Ned Stark sat under the heart tree with the letter in his hands for a long time, and the red leaves moved, and he did not weep, because weeping was a thing you did later, but he came as close to it as he had since the tower. Robert had chosen the clean thing. On the road, alone in his cups, with no one watching to reward him for it, Robert Baratheon had chosen mercy for Lyanna's son. And a week later a boar had opened his belly on a hunt he'd been too drunk to survive. And Ned, who had spent 15 years learning to think 3 moves down a board he'd never wanted to play, understood the shape of it at once and completely, and the understanding was colder than any grief. She heard him decide. Ned said aloud, to the tree, to Robert, to no one. Cersei. She heard him decide to spare you, and a week later the strong one was flowing on a boar hunt and the king was too drunk to live. He folded the letter with great care, because it was the last thing Robert would ever give him, and it was proof of the best thing Robert had ever done, and it was, also, a death warrant, because a queen who murders a king to stop him sparing a dragon is a queen who will spend the whole treasury of the realm to finish what the boar's tusk began. You chose right, old friend, and it killed you. That's the South. That's the chair. It kills the men who choose right and crowns the ones who don't. The realm did not wait for the North to mourn. Within a fortnight the pieces had all moved, and they moved the way pieces move when a strong hand has been lifted off the board, which is to say wildly and all at once, and toward blood. Joffrey Baratheon sat the Iron Throne, a boy of 12 or 13 with his mother's gold hair and something wrong behind the eyes, and Tywin Lannister's armies moved to hold the crownlands for him, and the first act of the new reign, drafted by the Queen and sealed with the Boy King's seal, was a proclamation that went out to every holdfast in the 7 kingdoms. It named Eddard Stark a traitor. It declared that the Lord of Winterfell had for 15 years harbored and raised a pretender, a bastard of the dead usurper Rhaegar, and had conspired to set this creature upon the lawful throne, and it commanded the North to deliver up both the traitor Stark and the pretender he sheltered, on pain of attainder, the throwing down of Winterfell, and the extinction of House Stark root and branch. It was, Ned noted, a document with no mercy anywhere in it. And it did not once use the word trueborn, and it called Jon a bastard 11 times in a single page, because the queen had understood, the way Manderley had understood years before, that the whole war would be fought over that one word, and she meant to win it with sheer repetition if she could not win it with truth. But the same lifted hand that let the queen strike also let others rise, and the realm cracked along every fault it had. From Dragonstone came a second proclamation, and it was signed by Stannis Baratheon, Robert's brother, grim and rigid and lawful to the bone, and it declared a thing that turned the queen's page to ash. Stannis proclaimed that Joffrey, Tommen, and Miecella were no true-born children of Robert at all, but bastards born of incest between the queen and her brother the Kingslayer, and that he, Stannis, was therefore the rightful king by every law of the Seven. He did not know, or did not say, anything of a dragon in the north. He was fighting his own war for his own truth, but the effect of it landed in Winterfell like a gift from a god Ned did not even worship, because Stannis Baratheon, the most honest hard man in the south, had just told the whole realm, with a lawyer's precision and a brother's fury, that the children on the Iron Throne were bastards with no right to it at all. "Do you see it?" Ned said to his council, laying the two proclamations side by side. "Do you see what Stannis has done for us without meaning to? The queen calls Jon a bastard 11 times. And Stannis, in the same fortnight, proves that her own children are the bastards, that the whole Baratheon line on that throne is false. So now the realm has before it two claimants the crown calls unlawful, and one of them, ours, has a chest of proof and 3 dead Kingsguard and a high Septon's dispensation, and the other, Joffrey, has nothing but his mother's word, and his mother's word is worth exactly what Stannis says it's worth." He set his finger on Jon's name in the queen's proclamation. The moment the realm believes Joffrey is baseborn, the whole question changes. It stops being usurper king versus dragon pretender. It becomes, the throne is empty of any lawful Baratheon, so who is the lawful king of the 7 kingdoms? And when that question is asked, my lords, there is a true-born son of the last anointed dynasty sitting in Winterfell with better proof of his birth than any man alive. Stannis just turned our treason into a succession. And then, from the Stormlands and the Reach together, came the third crown. For Renly Baratheon, the youngest and handsomest and emptiest of the 3 brothers, had wed himself to the wealth of Highgarden and the swords of the Tyrells, and simply declared himself king on the strength of being liked, with 100,000 men of the Reach and the Stormlands behind him, and no more right than his own charm. So there were 3 kings in the south before the first snow, Joffrey and Stannis and Renly, and they hated each other more than any of them yet hated the north, because the enemy nearest at hand is always the one a man reaches for first, and the 3 Baratheon crowns fell to fighting among themselves while the north, sealed behind its neck, watched the south tear its own throat out and made ready. "Let them bleed each other," said Roose Bolton, who had come to Winterfell with 300 Dreadfort men when the banners were called, and who studied the 3 proclamations with the flat interest of a man reading a ledger. "Every Stormlander who dies for Renly is a sword that will not march on us. Every Lannister spent breaking Stannis is a Lannister we need not break ourselves. The South has been handed a reason to destroy itself, and a wise North does nothing to interrupt it. We arm, we hold the neck, we let the 3 stags gore one another to rags, and we come down out of the cold at the end, whole and rested, to a South too exhausted to stop us." He looked up, pale eyes moving from face to face. "That is my counsel, Lord Stark, patience. The strong side wins by letting the strong sides in the south become weak ones. I did tell you years ago that I keep no stock in sentiment. I keep a great deal in arithmetic, and the arithmetic has never been better for us than it is this morning." It was good counsel, cold and sound, and Ned took most of it, and marked, in the corner of his mind where he kept the things Howland Reed had taught him to keep, that Roose Bolton was already speaking of the North coming down out of the cold at the end, and that a man who plans for the end of a war before the first battle is a man worth watching in the middle of it. The North came to Winterfell that autumn as it had not come in living memory, house by house, banner by banner, until the fields outside the walls were a city of tents and cook fires that had not been there a fortnight before, and Ned Stark stood on the walls at dawn and watched his country arrive to make his sister's son a king. They came from the last hearth, the Umbers, 2,000 of them behind the great Jon and his sons, roaring. They came from Carhold behind Rhaegar Stark, the white sunburst on black, grim and proud and glad at last of a war their old blood bond made theirs by right. They came from Bear Island, the she-bear on Green, Meage Mormont and her daughters in Mayo, from Deepwood Mott the Glovers, from Torrens Square the Tallhearts, from the Hornwood and the Serwins and Widows' Watch and the Rills and the Barrowlands, from 100 small hard halls that had never in 1,000 years agreed on anything except that a Stark's word was a thing you died for. And up the White Knife came the strength of White Harbor, 300 mounted knights in the southern style and 2,000 foot, and riding in a litter borne by 8 men, Wyman Manderley himself, who could no longer sit a horse but would not be left out of the making of the king his own burned letter had helped to shape. And behind him, more precious than all his swords, the promise of his fleet. The war galleys of White Harbor, the only northern navy, the ships that could carry men down any coast the enemy thought was safe. 45,000 fighting men, when the tally was made, more than the North had fielded since the Long Night if the old tales ran true, and they had come not for plunder and not for glory, but for a boy most of them had never seen. On the strength of an oath their lords had sworn to a parchment and a promise, and that, Ned thought, watching the fires, was the thing the South would never understand until it was far too late. Renly had bought 100,000 men with Tyrell gold and Tyrell food. Tywin held his with fear and pay. The North had come for a word. They wanted to see the king. Of course they did. Men do not leave their fields and their children to die for an idea they have never laid eyes on. So on the third morning of the muster Ned had Jon ride out among the host, not in a crown, for there was no crown yet, and not in gilded armor, for that was the South's way, but in good northern mail and a gray cloak with a white wolf at his side. And Jon went from fire to fire the whole long day, and did the thing he had always done, which was to learn men's names and remember them, and he did not make them a speech, because Jon distrusted speeches. But he sat at their fires and ate their hard bread, and asked the Mormont girls about Bear Island, and asked an old Umber man at arms about the son he'd lost to the last wildling raid, and listened, mostly listened, and by nightfall the word had run through 45,000 men faster than any herald could carry it. That the boy was real, that the boy was one of theirs, that the boy looked you in the eye and knew your name, and did not once behave as though your dying for him were a thing he was owed. They'd follow him into the sea now, Robb told his father that night, wondering, for he had ridden at Jon's side the whole day. Not because of the parchment. They've stopped talking about the parchment. They talk about how he knew old Moore's Umber's boy's name. 45,000 men, and he's making it personal with everyone he can reach. He shook his head. I've studied war my whole life, father, sums and supply and ground. Jon just did a thing in one day that no sum accounts for. He made an army love him. I don't think he even knows he did it. He knows, Ned said. He's known since he was 10 and started throwing his bouts. He just doesn't call it strategy, because if he called it strategy it would become a lie, and the whole of his gift is that it isn't one. He put his hand on his son's shoulder. You'll command the van, Robb. The great Jon under you and the Karstarks, the strong right arm of the host. I'll hold the center with the boy and the main strength. And the wing, he paused, because this was the piece he had turned over 100 times and found no clean answer to. The wing and the rear guard and the ordering of the baggage I'll give to Roose Bolton. He's asked for it in his quiet way, and he's the ablest cold soldier in the North, and I'd rather have his ability where I can see it than his resentment where I can't. A Bolton given an honorable command is a Bolton with something to lose. A Bolton passed over is a Bolton doing arithmetic in the dark. You keep an eye on your left, Rob, all the same. Not because I've proof of anything. Because Roose Bolton told me himself in this castle, 15 years past, to watch him the day we looked like the weaker side. I've never forgotten it, and I'll not insult his honesty by pretending I have. They marched south when the muster was made, down the Kingsroad to the neck, and their Ned did the thing the whole strategy of the North was built upon. He did not try to hold the whole of the realm, only the door to it. The main host he set at Moat Cailin, the 3 ancient towers in the bog where 20 men could hold the causeway against 20,000, and Howland Reed came up out of Greywater Watch with his Crannogmen, and melted into the reeds on either side of the road, so that the neck became what it had been in the days of the first men, a green killing ground where no southern army could pass without dying by inches in the mud and the fever, and the poisoned arrows out of nowhere. But Ned did not mean only to hold. The South was tearing itself apart, Stannies against Joffrey against Renly, and a man who only ever defends has already decided to lose slowly. And so Ned sent Robb across the neck with the van, 15,000 men, to cross the Twins and raise the Riverlands if the Riverlands could be raised, and to strike at the Lannister rear while Tywin's eyes were fixed on Stannies in the south. It was a bold stroke and a dangerous one, and it depended on one thing above all others: the crossing at the Twins, the bridge that only Walder Frey could open, and Walder Frey had sold nothing yet to anyone. The van reached the Green Fork in the rain, and the river was in flood, and the Twins stood gray and shut on either bank, and Robb Stark sent his mother to treat with the old lord because Catelyn was Tully-born, and the Freys were the Tullys' sworn men, and Catelyn went into the castle of a man who had outlived 7 wives and every scruple, and she came out with a crossing at a price. 2 Frey sons to be fostered at Winterfell, a Frey girl to wed Robb when the war was won, a Frey to serve as Robb's squire, and the promise of 4,000 Frey swords added to the host. It was a hard bargain and a shameful one, and Robb took it, because a commander who will not swallow his pride to cross a river has no business commanding, and the North needed the bridge. They crossed, and on the far side in the dark, 3 nights into the Riverlands, the trap that had been laid closed on them. It was not the Freys, quite. The Freys had merely looked away at the right hour, which is the oldest treachery there is and the hardest to hang a man for. It was a Lannister host, smaller than Tywin's main strength but well-led and waiting exactly where the North meant to march, on ground the North had chosen in secret councils at Moat Cailin not a fortnight past, and Robb Stark, who was young but not a fool, understood the instant the ambush sprang that his enemy had known his road before he rode it, and that no scout and no luck accounted for it, and that somewhere behind him, in the councils of the North, a mouth had opened to a Lannister ear. The van fought clear. Robb was good, better than good, and the Greatjon held the line like a wall of meat and iron, while the Crannogman guides found the host a way out through country only they knew. But they left 1,200 Northmen dead in a river meadow in the rain, and among them Torrhen Karstark, Rickard's eldest son, cut down covering the retreat, and the North had its first grief of the war and its first certainty of the thing every commander dreads worse than any enemy, that the enemy was being fed from inside the tent. Robb sent the word north to his father by the fastest rider he had, and it was short, and it was cold with a fury that had aged him 5 years in a night. They knew our road, father, to the yard of grass to the hour. No spy in a hedge learns a council's secret plan. This came from the high table. We have a traitor among the sworn, one of the lords who sat at Winterfell and heard the marching order, and he has already spent Karstark blood to prove his worth to the lions. Find him. Whatever it costs, find him before the next council, because I cannot win this war with my plans in Tywin Lannister's hands before my own captains have them. And I will not bury another Karstark for a viper we invited to the table with our eyes open. Ned read it at Moat Cailin, in the grey towers over the Killing Bog, and he thought of Roose Bolton smoothing the front of his doublet 15 years past and saying, "Keep being the strong side, Lord Stark," and telling him to his face that a Bolton who warned you was a Bolton you were a fool to trust. The strong side had just lost 1,200 men and a good lord's heir in a river meadow, and looked, for the first time in the war, like it might be the weaker one. And Ned Stark folded his son's letter and looked out over the reeds where his oldest friend's murderers would one day have to come and die, and understood that before he could win the war in front of him, he would have to win the one behind him, at his own council table, against a man who had told him, honestly and in advance, exactly how and when he would betray him. Ned called no council to accuse anyone, because a man with no proof who accuses a lord in open council has only taught the traitor to be careful. Instead, he did a quiet thing, an idea thing, the kind of move 15 years of a game he'd never wanted to play had taught him. He gave each of his principal commanders a different plan. He called them to him one at a time in the grey light of the Moat Cailin Tower, Roderick and the Castellans and Roose Bolton among them, and to each he confided, in strictest secrecy, a different route for the resupply column that would go south to Robb. To one lord he named the eastern track by the coast, to another the causeway itself. To Bolton he named the western hunter's road through the fever country, and to each he said the same words, "Tell no living soul, the safety of the king's own cousin rides on it." And then he sat back in the cold and waited to see which of the three roads a Lannister raiding party turned up on. "It is a clever thing you are doing," Roose Bolton said, before he left the tower, pausing at the door with his hand on the frame, and Ned went still, because Bolton had a way of seeing the bottom of a pond another man thought was frozen over. "You need not look at me so, my lord. I would do the same in your place, and I am telling you I see it precisely so that you understand I have nothing to gain by tripping your snare. A guilty man walks around a trap he has spotted. Only an innocent one, or a very stupid one, walks through it to show you he can. I intend to send your column down the western road exactly as you asked, and I intend for it to arrive, and when it does, you will have crossed one name off your list, and I would prefer mine crossed off early." He inclined his head. "I told you 15 years ago to watch me if you ever looked like the weak side. You look like the weak side this morning, Lord Stark, so watch me. I would be disappointed in you if you did not. But watch the others harder, for the man who fed the lions your sons rode was a man in a hurry to prove his worth before the strong side recovered, and I am never in a hurry. Hurry is how careful men are caught." And he went out into the rain, and Ned sat a long time with the cold comfort of a warning that might be a confession and might be exactly what it claimed, an honest man telling him where to look, and no way under heaven to tell the two apart. Jon did not go to the council. Jon went to Rhaegar Karstark's tent, where the old lord sat alone with his son's sword across his knees, the boy's body 3 days south in a river meadow the North had lost, too far and too dangerous to reclaim, so that Torrhen Karstark would lie in Riverland's mud and never come home to the barrows of his fathers, which was, to a Northman, a grief on top of the grief. Jon did not bring words. He had learned young that grief hates words, that a man who comes to a mourning with a speech has come for himself. He came in out of the rain and sat down on the cold ground across from the old lord and put his own hands on the far end of the dead boy's sword, sharing the weight of it, and said only, "Tell me about him. Not how he died. How he was." And Rhaegar Targaryen, gaunt and gray and hollowed out, looked at the boy his whole ancient house had gone to war for, and something in the old proud face broke and mended in the same moment, and he told him. He told him how Torrhen had been afraid of horses as a child, and had made himself master them out of shame, how he laughed with his whole body, how he'd wanted a daughter. Jon listened all of it into the small hours, and when at last the old man was empty, he said the thing he had come to say, and it was not a comfort and not a promise of vengeance dressed as comfort. It was plainer than either. He died covering the retreat, Jon said. He died so that other men's sons could come home who otherwise wouldn't. That's not nothing, and I'll not insult you by pretending it makes the grief smaller, because it doesn't. I've seen my father grieve my aunt 20 years, and no noble death ever shrank it by a thumb's width. But hear me, Lord Karstark, because I'm going to carry this too, whether the crown ever comes to me or not. Torrhen Karstark died for me, for my name and my father's promise and a war I never asked for. That's a debt, and it's mine, and I don't forget my debts, and I don't pay them with pretty words at a graveside and then ride on. When this is done, however it ends for me, Karhold does not stand alone, not while there's breath in me, and your son's name is written on the inside of whatever I become. That's all I've got that's true. It isn't enough. Nothing's enough. But it's true, and you'll not hear a lie from me even to soften a father's grief, because you've earned better than to be lied to comfortably. Rhaegar Targaryen looked at him a long moment, and then the old lord did a thing that shocked the guards who saw it, for Karstarks did not kneel easily to anyone. He took Jon's hand off the dead sword and held it in both of his, and pressed his forehead to it, an old man to a boy, and said, "Rough, you'll do. God's help you, boy, you'll do. My Torrhen died for a king, and I didn't know if the king was worth him. Now I know. Go win it. Go win the thing my son bought you. And don't you dare die cheap. Don't you dare waste what he spent. For a king who dies cheap makes liars of every man who bled to crown him." And Jon, who had wanted his whole life to be nobody, held an old man's grief in his 2 hands and did not pull away, and understood at last, fully, in his bones and not just his head, that the crown was never going to be a thing he could refuse without betraying men who had already paid for it in the only coin that could not be given back. He went to his father before dawn, in the tower, and he said the thing that Ned had been waiting 15 years to hear, and had dreaded hearing all the same. "I'm done being kept safe at the rear," Jon said. "Number hear me out, because I've thought it through, and it isn't a boy's temper talking. Men are dying for me 3 days' ride from here in the mud, and I'm sitting in a stone tower being guarded like a chest of coin. That has to end, and not because I'm brave, I'm as frightened as any of them, but because an army will bleed for a king it sees bleed with it, and it will not, in the end, bleed for a king it only hears about. You taught me that. You didn't mean to, but you did, the day you told me the men wouldn't die for the polite half of me. Well, the polite half hides in towers. The real thing rides to the front." He met his father's eyes. "I'll not be reckless. I'll take my guard, I'll take Ghost. I'll listen to Robb on matters of war because he knows them and I don't yet. But I ride south to the host and I stand where they can see me stand. And if a Karstark's son can die for my name in a river meadow, then the least I can do is let the men watch me risk mine for theirs. You spent 15 years buying me witnesses instead of safety. Let me use them. Let me be seen." And Ned Stark looked at his sister's son, who had grown from the tower babe in his arms into a young man, asking, clear-eyed and afraid and resolute, to share the danger of the men he'd been born to lead. And he understood that the boy he had raised was gone, and that the King Lyanna had asked him to keep true was standing in his place, made not by the parchment in the chest, nor by any oath sworn before a heart tree, but by a dead boy's father pressing his brow to an honest hand in a grieving tent. Ned had promised Lyanna he would keep her son true. He had never let himself imagine that keeping him true would mean, one cold morning at the edge of a war, letting him go. "Take the Crannogmen for guides," Ned said at last, his voice steady because he made it so. "And take Ghost, and take the Manderly Guard, and take your brother's counsel, and take my blessing, which you have always had and always will." He gripped the back of Jon's neck, the old way, the Stark way, and did not let go for a moment longer than he ever had. "Go and be seen, then. Go and be the king they're dying for. And Jon, come back. That's the one order I'll give you as your father and not your bannerman. Win the war however you must. But come back to me after, because I have kept a great many promises in my life and buried the people I made them to, and I find I have no wish at all to add you to that number. Now go, before I lose the nerve to let you." Chapter 8 and Chapter 9. The field of the broken stag, the trap that Ned Stark set worked, and it did not catch the man he most suspected, and that was how Ned learned the shape of the true danger, which was worse than the one he had feared. The resupply column went down the western road, the Fever Road, exactly as Roose Bolton had said it would, and it arrived, exactly as Roose Bolton had said it would, unmolested, its grain and arrows delivered safe to Robb's camp beyond the Twins. And on the same 3 days, a Lannister raiding party of 200 horse came up out of the Riverlands and fell upon the eastern coast track, the road Ned had confided to no man but old Sir Helman Tallheart, and cut a foraging party to pieces there and rode off laughing. And so Ned Stark sat in the grey tower of Moat Cailin, with the cold understanding that the leak in his high council was not the Dreadfort at all. It was Helman Tallheart, honest bluff Helman Tallheart of Torrhen Square, who had a son held hostage in the south that no one had thought to weigh, and who had been feeding the lions to keep the boy alive, and who wept when they took him and did not deny it and asked only that his son be spared, and was not, for the son had been dead a moon already, murdered the day the father's usefulness was assured, which was the way the queen kept her books. "So I was wrong about you," Ned said to Roose Bolton when it was done, when Tallheart had gone to the cold cells and the council knew the leak was stopped. He said it because he owed the man that much, an honest lord owning an honest error. "You were not wrong," Bolton said. "You were early. There is a difference, and it is the whole of the difference between us, my lord, so mark it well." He did not smile. Bolton never quite smiled. "You suspected me because your gut told you to, and your gut is a good instrument, and it was right about my nature and wrong about my timing. I will betray you, Lord Stark, on the day the arithmetic says the boy has lost. That day has not come. It may not come. If your dragon wins the field that is coming, I will be the truest man in the north to the end of my days, because a winning king is worth more to a Bolton alive and served than dead and betrayed. And I told you this at your own table 15 years ago, and I have never once lied to you since, which is more than any lord who swore you love can say." He inclined his head, the precise least degree. "Win the battle, my lord. That is all the loyalty I have to sell, and it is for sale at exactly that price, and you have always known it. Now, shall we speak of how to win it, since my life now depends on your doing so? For I have looked at the ground, and I believe I can show you how to break a Lannister host in a bog, if you have the stomach to let them think they are winning until the moment they drown." And Ned Stark, who did not like Roose Bolton and never would, sat down with him over the maps, because a cold, honest enemy who has told you the exact price of his loyalty is a more useful man in a war council than a warm friend who has not yet discovered his own, and because Bolton, whatever else he was, could read ground the way Luwin read a chain link, and the ground was about to decide everything. The Lannister host came north in the last of the autumn, and it came because Tywin Lannister had done his own arithmetic and did not like the answer. For the South had gone exactly as Roose Bolton foretold. Renly Baratheon was dead, murdered in his own camp by a thing out of shadow that the small folk whispered of and no lord would name, and his 100,000 had scattered or gone over, most of them to Highgarden's new alliance with the boy king when the Tyrells changed their sails. Stannis had broken himself against the walls of kings, landing in a river of wildfire, and come away with a third of his men and none of his hope, and sat now on his rock at Dragonstone, grinding his teeth over a claim that was lawful and lost. So the three stags had gored one another to rags, precisely as the North had prayed, and Tywin Lannister had won the South, and found at the end of his winning that the one enemy he had not been able to reach, the North behind its neck, had used the whole of his southern war to arm and rest and grow into a thing he could no longer ignore, because a trueborn Targaryen with 45,000 swords and a chest of proof was not a border nuisance. He was the succession itself, standing in the snow, waiting. So Tywin sent north the strength he could spare from holding a wrecked realm, 25,000 men under his brother Sir Kevan and the worst of his dogs, up the King's Road to the neck, to do the thing every southern general since the first men had believed could be done with enough men and enough will, to force the causeway, break Moat Cailin, and put the dragon's head on a spike before the boy could make the succession real. They should have known better. Ned had counted on their not knowing better. The South had never learned the neck, because the South had never survived the neck long enough to learn it. The Lannister host came up the causeway in the rain, and the causeway was a raised road through 100 miles of bog, and there was no room on it to deploy a host, only to march it, strung out long and thin between the black meres, and from the reeds on either side the crannogmen of Howland Reed killed them by the 100 and were never once seen. A poisoned arrow from nowhere. A sinkhole where the road looked firm. A cook found dead with his throat opened and no track in the mud around him. The great host bled a slow week's worth of blood before it ever saw a northern banner, and by the time it reached the dry ground before the 3 towers of Moat Cailin, it was sick with fever and mad with the unseen killing and short a fifth of its number. And it wanted, more than it wanted victory, simply to close with an enemy it could finally see and make him pay, which was exactly the wanting Ned Stark had built his whole battle upon. For the North did not sit behind the walls of Moat Cailin, as the towers invited. Ned brought his host out onto the firm ground before it and offered battle in the open, and he arrayed it to look, to a fevered southern general desperate for a fight, like an army that had made a fatal error. The center, under the wolf banners, looked thin. The right, under Robb and the Greatjon, looked strong but unsupported, its flank hanging in the air by the edge of a mere. And the left, under Roose Bolton, looked worst of all, drawn up on soft ground with a gap between it and the center wide enough to march a column through, the kind of gap a bold commander sees and lunges for, the kind of gap that wins a battle in an hour if it is real. It was not real. It was bait, and the man commanding the bait was the one man in the host who might, on any other day, have made it real by betraying it, and that, Ned had come to understand in the long cold nights of planning, was the whole and terrible elegance of the thing. Roose Bolton had told him the exact price of his loyalty, a winning king. So Ned had built a battle in which Bolton's treachery and Bolton's loyalty pointed the same direction. If Bolton held the left as ordered, the trap closed. If Bolton broke and ran to sell the gap to the Lannisters, the trap closed faster, for the Lannisters would pour into a gap that a hidden strength was waiting to seal behind them. There was no move Roose Bolton could make, loyal or false, that did not spring the jaws, because Ned had finally learned to do the thing the game had always demanded of him, and that he had resisted his whole honest life. He had stopped trying to trust the man, and started using the man's own nature as a fixed and reliable law, cold as the arithmetic Bolton was so proud of. Jon rode the center under the wolf, where the whole host could see him and where the line looked thinnest, and Ghost stood at his stirrup, white as bone, and the men around the young king were the sworn and the proven, Mormonts and Karstarks with a dead heir to avenge. And they did not know they were the anvil, only that their king had chosen to stand in the thinnest part of his own line, in the most dangerous place on the field, where a boy who wanted to be nobody had no business standing, and a king who meant to be worth his crown had no business standing anywhere else. Sir Kevin Lannister looked across the wet ground at the thin center, and the hanging flank and the gaping hole on the northern left, and he saw a green boy's army badly arrayed by amateurs, and he heard his fevered captains begging to be let at last off the killing road and onto an enemy they could reach. And he gave the order that Ned Stark had crossed 100 sleepless nights hoping he would give. He committed his whole strength to the gap on the northern left, 25,000 men driving for the hole between Bolton and the center, to split the northern host in two and roll it up and end the war in an afternoon. And Roose Bolton, on the left, watched the whole weight of the Lannister host come thundering at the gap he commanded, and had, in that instant, the choice Ned had built the battle to give him, to open the gap wider and let them through and sell the north to Tywin Lannister, or to hold. And he did the arithmetic one last time in the cold, clear place where Roose Bolton kept his soul, and he looked at the thing Ned Stark had done, the trap that used him either way, and he understood that he had been outthought by an honest man, which was a thing that had never once happened to him, and something almost like respect moved behind the pale eyes. Then the Crannogmen rose out of the bog behind the Lannister host, and the horns of White Harbor sounded from the meres where no ships should have been able to come, and Roose Bolton made his choice. Roose Bolton held the left. He held it because the horns of White Harbor meant the trap was already sprung, and a man does not run into a closing jaw. He held it because the arithmetic, in the space of 3 heartbeats, had flipped from a losing king to a winning one, and Roose Bolton served the arithmetic and nothing else. He held it in the end, for the coldest and most reliable reason in the world, which was that holding it was now the profitable thing. And Ned Stark had spent 100 sleepless nights making certain it would be. The Dreadfort men locked their shields, and the gap that had looked like a mortal error became an anvil of iron, and the whole weight of the Lannister host, committed and thundering, drove itself against a wall that did not break, and could not now pull back, because behind it the bog had come alive. The war galleys of White Harbor were shallow-drafted, built for the White Knife sandbars, and Wyman Manderley's captains had spent a month poling them up meres and channels no southern admiral believed a ship could pass. And now they came out of the reeds behind the Lannister host and put ashore 2,000 White Harbor men, and with them, in orange and sun-end spear, 300 Dornish spears under a lean, dark, grinning prince who had promised, in a solar in the rain a year before, to think very hard about which of his people wanted a reckoning with the lions. Oberyn Martell had brought his answer north by sea. He took it into the Lannister rear like a viper into a nest, and where he found the Lannister banners thickest, he drove hardest, seeking one man in particular, and he did not find the mountain that day, for that reckoning was written for another field, but he found lions enough, and Elia's brother paid down a portion of a debt 15 years old in a bog at the top of the world laughing, which was the only way Oberyn Martell had ever known how to grieve. Caught between the anvil of Bolton's shields and the hammer of the sea, strung out on ground that swallowed armored men whole, sick with a week of unseen killing, the great Lannister host did the thing that great hosts do when the trap has already closed and the ground itself is an enemy. It stopped being a host. It came apart into 25,000 frightened men in the mud, and the reeds and the cold northern water began, patiently, to eat them. Jon held the center, and the center held because he held it. He was no great warrior yet, whatever he might one day become. He was 17 and afraid and had never stood in a real battle before. And the thing that came at the thin northern center was a wall of desperate men who knew they were dying and meant to take a king with them. But Jon Stark did the one thing a king in a battle must do, which is the thing that has nothing to do with sword craft. He stayed. He stayed where the men could see him, in the worst of it, the wolf banner over his head and the white beast at his stirrup killing anything that came near the horses. And every Northman in that straining line looked to the center in the moment the line might have broken and saw their king standing in it, not behind it, sharing the exact death he was asking them to face. And a line that sees its king share its death does not break. It cannot. Ned had told him once that he had bought the boy witnesses instead of safety. Now, in the mud, the witnesses paid the debt back with interest, and the center that was supposed to be the weakest part of the field became the part that would not move, because the reluctant king had finally understood that the whole of kingship, in the end, was refusing to be anywhere safer than your men. And when it broke, when the Lannister host at last came apart and the killing turned from battle into slaughter, when the Crannogmen and the Umbers and the grief-maddened Karstarks began to butcher broken men in the reeds with 15 years of stored fury, it was Jon who did the second thing, the harder thing, the thing that would be sung longer than the holding of the center. He called for quarter. He rode forward into his own victorious army in the red mud with Ghost beside him and Robb at his back, and he raised his voice for the first time all day to something other than an order to hold, and he called for the killing to stop. Take their surrenders, he cried, up and down the broken field. Any man who throws down his sword, you take him living, and you do not touch a man on his knees, on my word, on my crown, on whatever it is I am to you. And the great Jon Umber, red to the elbow and roaring, wheeled his horse and bellowed back across the slaughter. Why, they'd not have spared us. They came to spike your head. Why in 7 hells would we spare them? And Jon gave him the answer that Ned Stark would remember to the end of his days. The answer that was pure Lyanna and pure Ned both, and something all Jon's own beside. Because I'm not fighting this war to become the thing on the other side of it, Jon said, and his voice carried in the sudden lull the way a quiet voice will when men have gone hoarse with killing. The Queen murders men on their knees. Tywin Lannister smashed babes on a marble floor and called it order. If we win this field by doing what they do, then we've lost the only thing worth winning, which is the difference between us and them. These are Kevan Lannister's levies, Great Jon. Farmers and fishers and cobblers' sons pressed into a war they didn't choose, same as ours, and the men who chose it for them are the men I mean to answer for, not these. So we take them living, we feed them and we send the small ones home to their fields, and we ransom the lords by law in the open. And when the singers make their song of this day, let the last verse be that the Dragon King spared the men the Lion Queen would have spent, because that verse, my lord, that one verse, is worth more to the crown we're bleeding for than every head you could take between here and dark. A king is what he does when the killing's easy. Let them see what I do. And the great Jon Umber, who had knelt to a beard-pulling babe 15 years past, and wondered ever since if he'd sworn to a face, and a parchment and nothing more, looked at the 17-year-old king calling for mercy in a field of his enemy's blood, and he lowered his sword, and he passed the order along, quarter. The king says quarter, and it ran down the broken field faster than any command all day, because men who have been made to butcher will seize a reason to stop if a king they love will give them one. The slaughter guttered out into the taking of surrenders. 20,000 Lannister men who had marched north to die in a bog lived instead to see the sun come up, because a boy who had wanted his whole life to be nobody had decided, in the 1 hour when cruelty would have cost him nothing, to be merciful instead. And there is no politics in all the world. Ned Stark understood, watching from the center, As powerful as a mercy the merciful man did not have to grant. Sir Kevin Lannister yielded his sword to Robb Stark in the last light, a grave-beaten man who had marched north certain of an easy afternoon and would ride south, ransomed by law, to tell his brother Tywin a thing the Lannisters had never in their lives had to learn: that the north could not be forced, that the neck could not be crossed, that the dragon in the snow had proven true and proven merciful in the same afternoon, which was a far more dangerous thing than a dragon who was merely strong. Strength the South could answer with strength, but a claimant with a lawful birth, a broken enemy host, and a mercy the small folk would sing of in every wine sink from the Wall to Dorne, that was not a rebel to be crushed. That was a king the realm had begun, quietly, in 1,000 places at once, to want. Bolton found Ned in the dusk, walking the field where the healers worked among the living and the wounded, and the Lord of the Dreadfort looked at the mud and the mercy and the 20,000 spared, and he said in his flat, quiet voice, the truest and most chilling assessment any man gave of that day. "You have won more than a battle, Lord Stark. Any fool with a bog and a fleet could win the battle. I could have won you the battle. Your boy won the other thing. He won the story." Bolton watched the healers a moment. "I told you I would be loyal to a winning king, and I meant a king who won fields. I did not understand, until this hour, that there is a kind of winning that makes betrayal not merely unprofitable but impossible, because a man cannot sell to Tywin Lannister a king the whole realm has decided to love. There is no price Tywin could pay that would be worth the selling, for the seller would be hunted to the ends of the earth by the song." He inclined his head, and for once the least degree seemed almost to cost him something. "Your dragon has made himself too dear to betray. That is a thing I did not know a man could do, and I have spent my life doing arithmetic, and I find I have finally met a sum I cannot game. Crown him, Lord Stark. I will kneel, and I will mean it as much as I have ever meant anything, which I grant you is not much, but it is more than I have ever meant a knee before, and you may make of that what you like." The song went south faster than any raven, the way the true songs always do, carried in the mouths of ransomed men who had marched north to kill a pretender and come home spared by him. They told it in every wine sink and every winter market from the Twins to King's Landing. How the dragon in the snow had broken a Lannister host in a bog without a proper battle. How the crannogmen rose from the reeds and the white harbor ships came up channels no ship could pass. And how, at the end, with the killing easy and his enemies on their knees, the boy king had called for quarter and sent the farmers' sons home to their fields, and the small folk, who had been butchered on the steps of the Iron Throne and burned in the wildfire of Blackwater and bled white by 3 stags goring one another for a chair, heard the song and did a dangerous thing, the most dangerous thing small folk can do to a bad king. They began to compare, and the comparing came at the exact hour that Stannis Baratheon's proof came due. For Stannis had been right, and everyone had known for a year that Stannis was right, that the golden children on the Iron Throne were the incest gift of a queen and her brother, and had no drop of Robert's black-haired blood. And while Stannis lived, that truth had merely made Joffrey a bastard among rival stags. But now Renly was dead and Stannis was broken on his rock, and the stags had spent themselves to nothing. And the realm looked at the Iron Throne and saw a base-born boy of incest propped up by his mother's murdered husband's borrowed crown, a king with no lawful claim at all. And then the realm looked north and saw a trueborn son of the last anointed dynasty, with a chest of proof and 3 dead Kingsguard and a high septon's own dispensation, who had beaten the lions in the field and spared their levies after. "Do you see what's happened?" Maester Luwin said to Ned, spreading the ravens across the moat Kaelin table, letters from septons and lords and holdfasts that a year ago would have hanged the man who carried them. "It has stopped being treason, my lord. Lord Manderley told you 15 years ago that the whole war would be fought over one word, trueborn, and we have won that word. The Queen called Jon a bastard 11 times on a page, and Stannis proved her own children the bastards, and the field at the neck proved the dragon a king in the seeing of men. And now the question the whole realm is asking is no longer shall we suffer a pretender. It is, the throne is held by baseborn incest, so where is the rightful king? And there is only one answer to that question that has proof behind it, and he is standing on your walls, and half the septons in the reach have started very quietly to preach it. He looked up. White Harbor's old discreet septon did his work well. The faith is turning. When the faith turns, the small folk turn, and when the small folk turn, the lords discover their consciences with remarkable speed. It is time, my lord. The thing you have built for 15 years is ready to be named. Ned found Jon that night on the walls of Moat Cailin, where the young king had gone to be alone with the cost of what he'd done, looking south over the black meres that had swallowed an army, ghost a pale shape beside him in the dark. 20,000 I spared, Jon said, without turning. And 5,000 I didn't, because you can't spare a man in the middle of a rout only after, and the after comes too late for the ones the reeds took first. I keep doing the sum, father. 5,000 men who won't go home. 1,200 of hours in a river meadow, Torrhen Karstark among them. All of it for a chair I've never seen, in a city I've never been to, that killed my mother before I could open my eyes on her. He was quiet a moment. And the terrible thing, the thing I can't say to anyone but you, is that today, in the center, when the line held because I stood in it, I felt it. The thing I've run from my whole life. I felt like the thing they want me to be. And I don't know whether that's the war making me into a king, or making me into something worse. And I'm frightened there's no way to tell the difference until it's much too late. Ned came and stood beside his sister's son at the cold parapet, the way he had stood beside him in the godswood cleaning ice, years and a lifetime ago. There's a way to tell, he said. You just showed it to me on the field, and you'll show it to me 1,000 more times if the gods are kind, and every time you show it you'll doubt it, and the doubting is the tell. The thing they want you to be, Jon, the bad kind of king, the Joffrey kind, the Ares kind, that kind never once in his life stood on a wall at night doing the sum of the men he couldn't save. That kind sleeps well. It's the doubt that keeps you the other thing. A king who counts the dead and can't stop counting them is a king worth crowning, precisely because he'd give the crown back if he could, and can't, because too many good men have already paid for it. He put his hand on the back of Jon's neck the old way. I made your mother a promise to keep you true, not safe. True. I have spent your whole life terrified I'd got it wrong, that I should have hidden you, made you a bastard, made you nobody, kept you alive and small and safe in the dark. And tonight, watching you call for quarter in a field you'd every reason to drown in blood, I finally know I got it right. Not because you won, because of how. Lyanna would know you for hers in a heartbeat, Jon. You have her way of doing the hard right thing while everyone screams for the easy wrong one. That's the whole of her that's left in the world, and it's the best of her, and I kept it true. Whatever comes now, I did the one thing she asked. I kept you true. They stood together on the wall a long while, the honest man and the reluctant king, the wolf who wasn't quite a dragon and the promise that had grown from a babe in a bloody tower into the succession of the 7 kingdoms. And below them the neck lay black and full of the drowned, and the north lay white and sworn behind them. And to the south the whole exhausted realm had begun to turn its face, like a field of winter barley, toward the one light it could find. They mean to crown you, Ned said at last. The lords, Manderley and the great Jon and even Bolton, who told me on the field that you'd made yourself too dear to betray. They want a great assembly, all the North and the Dornish and whatever river Lords Robb has raised, to name you king in the old way, in a hall, out loud, so the whole realm hears it and cannot unhear it. It's your choice, Jon. It was always going to be your choice in the end, because a crown a man doesn't choose is a crown that owns him instead of the other way round. You can still say number I'll stand with you if you do. We'll find another road. Jon looked out over the dark water where an army lay drowned, and then back north toward the country that had bled to make this hour, toward Carhold and Bear Island and the last hearth and every hard cold hall that had sworn to a beard-pulling babe and never once flinched. And he thought of an old lord pressing his brow to Jon's hand in a grieving tent, and of the great Jon lowering his sword at the word quarter, and of a promise made in a tower he could not remember to a mother he had never known. And Jon Stark, who had wanted his whole life to be nobody, made the choice at last that he had been walking toward since before he could walk at all. "No," he said, "I won't say number not any more. Too many men have paid for the yes." He turned from the parapet and Ghost turned with him, red eyes catching the torchlight. "Call the assembly, father. I'll go and be what she made me. And God's help me, God's help all of us, I'll try to be worth it." Chapter 9. In Chapter 10, the king who was promised. They came to Winterfell to crown a king in the deep of the first winter snows, and it was the same hall where Ned Stark had told 8 lords the truth by candlelight 17 years before, and it was not the same hall at all, because this time the doors stood open and the truth was shouted instead of whispered. And that difference, Ned thought, standing at the foot of the dais while the great hall filled, was the whole of what 17 years had been for. They came in their hundreds, and behind them their thousands waited in the snow. The great Jon Umber, who had knelt to a beard-pulling babe and been proven right too. Midge Mormont and her daughters in mail, the she-bear on green. Rickard Karstark, gaunt and gray, and carrying his dead son's sword to lay at a king's feet, because a grief could be a gift if the king was worth it, and this one was. Wyman Manderly, borne in on his litter, the fat, clever lord of White Harbor whose burned letter had shaped the whole legal shape of the thing, and who had brought his septons with him, real septons of the 7, to stand witness that the faith itself now named the boy trueborn. Galbart Glover and the Tallhearts and the Serwins and the Hornwoods, and 100 small hard halls. Up from the neck, out of the reeds where he had drowned an army, came Howland Reed, who had not set foot in Winterfell in the 17 years since the last time Ned asked him to bear witness, and who had come now to bear it one last time in the open. And there were faces that had not been in that hall the first time, faces from beyond the north, and their presence was the measure of how far the truth had traveled. Dornishmen in orange, Oberyn Martell at their head, sent by his patient brother Doran with words that meant Dorne would ride when the march on the south began, for the dead of Elia had found at last a lawful face to be paid behind. River lords, a dozen of them, whom Robb had raised in his campaign, and who had come north to see with their own eyes the king their sons had started dying for. Even a raven had come from the Vale, from Catelyn's frightened sister at last, not a yes but not the locked door of before, a maybe now where there had been only fear, for even Lysa Arryn had felt the wind change. "It's a strange thing," Robb said quietly to his father, the two of them watching the hall fill, "to stand in the room where you were both born to your lives. He was born to be this in a tower 1,000 miles from here. I was born to be Lord of Winterfell in a room 40 feet from where we stand. And here we both are, exactly where we were always going, and it doesn't feel like fate. It feels like you. Like a thing you built with your hands, one oath at a time, for 17 years, while everyone else was drinking and dreaming." He looked at his father. "The Meisters will write that the North rose for a dragon. They'll be wrong. The North rose for you, father, because you spent your whole life being a man whose word was worth dying for, and then you spent that word on him. They're not crowning Jon today. They're cashing in Ned Stark's honor, all of it at once, and there was never a horde in the 7 kingdoms half so rich." Ned did not answer, because there was no answer that would not either deny a true thing or claim it, and both were beyond him. He only put his hand on his son's shoulder, the trueborn son who would have Winterfell, the son who had raised the river lords and commanded the van and never once, not for a heartbeat in 17 years, resented the cousin the whole North was about to crown above him. That, Ned thought, was its own kind of miracle, and a rarer one than any dragon. He had raised 2 boys as brothers, and made one a king and left the other a lord. And the lord loved the king without a splinter of envy. And if the songs had any justice in them, they would remember Robb Stark's grace as long as they remembered Jon's crown. Though Ned knew the songs, and knew they wouldn't, for the songs never sang the man who stood aside. Before the crowning there was the naming, and the naming was harder than any man but Ned had expected, and it was Wyman Manderly, of course, who forced it into the open, because a lawyer of the faith could not let a thing so important go unsaid. "Before we put a crown on him," Manderly said from his litter, his rich soft voice filling the hall, "we must know what king we are making, for a crown with no name is a crown any man may later claim means whatever suits him. So I will ask the question plainly, and the boy must answer it plainly before these witnesses, so that it can never be mudded after." He turned his bulk toward Jon, who stood at the foot of the dais in good northern gray, no gilt, no dragons, only the white wolf at his side. "You are Rhaegar Targaryen's trueborn son. By the law of the Seven and the blood of the dragon, you are not merely a claimant to the north. You are the rightful heir to the Iron Throne of the 7 kingdoms, senior to every living Baratheon, senior even to the exiles across the sea, for a trueborn son of the elder brother comes before all. So, are we crowning a king in the north, a wolf king behind his neck, content with the old northern kingdom the Starks held before the conquest? Or are we crowning the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, and pledging this hall to win him a throne 1,000 miles south that is held by his enemies and will cost rivers of blood to take? These are different crowns, your grace. Name which one you will wear, for the men in this hall are about to swear their sons to it, and they have a right to know whether they are swearing to defend the north or to conquer the realm." The hall went quiet, because it was the true question, the one under all the cheering, and every lord there felt the weight of it settle. It was one thing to crown a wolf king to keep the north free. It was another to swear the north to a war for the whole of the 7 kingdoms, a war that might not end in their lifetimes or their sons. Jon was quiet a long moment. He looked at Ned once not for permission, but for the thing a son looks to a father for, which is to be reminded who he is before he says who he'll be. And then he answered, and he did not answer the way a conqueror answers, with hunger, and he did not answer the way a frightened boy answers, with a small, safe crown. He answered the way Ned had raised him to answer, which was with the truth, however heavy. "I'll not lie to you to make the oath easier," Jon said, to Manderly, to the hall, to all of them. "So here's the truth of it, and you can crown me on it or send me back to the training yard, and I'll go either way with a clear heart. I am the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. Not the north only, all of it. I didn't choose that. I've spent my whole life wishing it away, but wishing doesn't unmake a truth, and my father raised me never to call a thing other than what it is. So I can't stand here and let you crown me a small, safe northern king when the truth is larger and more dangerous than that, because a crown built on a comfortable half-truth is exactly the kind of crown my enemies wear, and I won't begin my reign by becoming them." He let that sit. "But hear the rest, because it matters as much as the claim. I will not spend a single northern life to conquer a realm that does not want me. I've seen enough men die in a bog for my name. If I am to be king of the 7 kingdoms, it will be because the 7 kingdoms come to see, the way the north came to see, that I am the lawful and the better choice, and open their gates, not because I burned my way to the chair over the bodies of men who never wanted me. So yes, Lord Manderley, crown me the rightful king of all of it, but know that I mean to win most of it the way I won the North. With the truth and with time and with mercy, and with a claim so plainly just that in the end the gates open on their own. And the ones that won't open, will cross that bridge in blood when we come to it, and not one step sooner. He looked around the hall. That's the king you'd be swearing to. A king with the largest claim in the realm and the smallest appetite for spending your sons to make it real. If that's not the king you want, better you learn it now before the crown than after. And the hall, which had gone quiet to weigh a hard question, did not stay quiet, for the great John Umber was already on his feet. The king who spares his enemies, the great John Umber roared, and his voice shook the rafters and the old banners hanging from them. That's the king I want, not one of these southern butchers who'd sell his own small folk for a yard of throne. I knelt to this boy when he was a squalling babe pulling my beard, on nothing but Ned Stark's word, and my sons and I have called ourselves fools for it more than one long night since, and by every god there is or ever was, I have never in my life been so glad to have been a fool. He drew his greatsword and drove the point into the floorboards of the hall and knelt behind it, huge and weeping and unashamed. The Umbers of the last hearth name you king. The rightful king of the whole bloody realm, north and south, and every stone between. And any man who says different can come to the last hearth and say it to my sword. I've one word for it, lad, the only word an Umber's got, and I've been saving it 17 years. He threw back his head. The king in the north, the dragon come home to the wolves, the king in the north. And the hall took it up, the way a fire takes a dry field, the great rough voices of the north rising as one until the ancient stones of Winterfell rang with it. The king in the north, the king in the north. And it was the old cry, the cry that had not been raised in earnest in 300 years, since Torrhen Stark bent the knee to the dragons on the trident. And now the north raised it for a dragon of its own, a dragon it had grown in the snow and raised humble and taught to spare. And the joke of that, the vast reverse joke of it, was not lost on a single soul in the hall. They swore then, one by one, the way the North does everything, in order and in earnest. Midge Mormont laid her axe at his feet and said Bear Island had never once broken faith, and would not start on the day faith was finally rewarded. Galbart Glover knelt where the Mormonts knelt, as the Glovers always had. Rickard Karstark came last of the great northern lords and laid his dead son's sword across Jon's boots and said, in a voice gone to gravel, My Torrhen bought this crown with his life, and I give you his sword to wear it under, and you'll not shame it, for I've looked in your eyes over his body, and I know you won't. And Jon Stark lifted the old lord up from his knee with both hands and would not let him grovel, and the hall loved him the more for it. Wyman Manderley did not kneel, for he could not, but he had his sons kneel for the house, and he raised his soft, rich voice and said the words that made it lawful in the eyes of the seven. The faith finds the marriage true, the dispensation genuine, the birth trueborn, and this man the anointed line's rightful heir. White Harbor and the faith of the seven north of the neck proclaim him king. And that mattered as much as any sword, for it meant the Septons would preach it, and the small folk would believe it. And a king the faith called lawful was a king the whole realm could kneel to without shame. Oberyn Martell knelt for Dorne, grinning even on his knee, and said, Sunspear kneels to the first Targaryen in a generation honest enough to say his own house did wrong. My brother sends word. When you march south for the lions, Dorne marches with you, for the dead of Elia, and for the pleasure of watching Tywin Lannister learn he did not win the war after all. And Howland Reed knelt, the small, quiet Cranogman who had killed a Kingsguard and kept a secret 17 years, and said only, I was there at the tower, and I have waited a long time to see the end of what began there. I am glad I lived to it. which was the longest speech any man had ever heard Howland Reed make. And Roose Bolton knelt precisely the exact degree a knee could bend, and said in his flat, pale voice, "The Dreadfort proclaims you king and no more." And it was somehow the most trustworthy oath in the hall, because it was the only one that came with no love and no lie in it. Only a cold man's cold judgment that this king would win, and Ned Stark, watching, marked it and thought, "Watch him always, and watch him hardest on the day we falter, for he told me the price of his knee to my face 17 years ago, and he has never once lied about it since. But that was a worry for another winter. Today the knee was bent, and today it would hold. Then it was the naming, and the crown, and it was Ned who did both, because the men would have it no other way. There's a question of what we call him," Ned said to the hall, and he held in his hands a thing that had come up out of the crypts that morning, an open circlet of hammered bronze set with 9 black iron spikes shaped like longswords, cold and plain and old beyond reckoning. The crown of the kings of winter, that the Starks had worn as kings for 8,000 years before they bent the knee, taken from the stone hands of a dead king below and brought up into the light. The Meisters will want a Targaryen name for him. Aegon, they'll say, or Yehares, some grand old dragon name to match the claim, and the boy's blood earns it every letter. He turned to Jon. "But I'll tell them what his mother told me in a tower with her last breath. She said, I want him a Stark. I want him raised where the snow falls and no one bows, a boy before he's anything else. She named him Jon, not Aegon, Jon. A plain northern name, a name a boy could be a boy under. And I have raised him under it 17 years, and he has made it, by his own hand and not his blood, a name the North will follow into fire. So we'll not trade it now for a grander one. Let the dragons across the sea keep their glorious names and their glorious hungers. This one keeps the name his mother gave him, because the name is the truth, and we have never once in 17 years told this boy anything but the truth, and will not start on the day we crown him." He lifted the ancient crown, and Jon knelt, the only time that day the king went to his knee, and he knelt not to a lord but to be crowned. And Ned Stark set the bronze and iron crown of the kings of winter upon the dark head of his sister's son, and named him to the hall and to the realm and to the gods old and new. Jon, of the houses Stark and Targaryen, the first of his name, king in the north, and the trueborn and rightful king of the Andals and the first men, lord of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. His voice did not shake. He had waited 17 years to make it not shake. The wolf that is a dragon and the dragon that is a wolf. The king his mother asked me to keep true, and here he is, kept true and crowned, and I have discharged the last of the promise I made her, and there is nothing left in me now but to serve him as I have served the memory of her, to the end of my days. And Jon rose, crowned, and the hall roared, and Ghost lifted his white head, and for the only time in his silent life that any man there ever recorded, threw back his throat and howled, one long note under the roaring of the men, the dragon's red eyes and the wolf's white fur and the old bronze crown all catching the torchlight at once, and every soul in that hall knew they were standing inside a thing the singers would sing for 1,000 years, and had the wit, for once, to be silent inside their own roaring, and simply feel it happen around them. The one blessing that mattered most to Jon came last, and quietest, and from the person no one in the hall but Ned would have marked as the hardest one of all. Catelyn Tully had not sworn. She was a woman and the lady of Winterfell, and it was not her place to kneel among the bannermen, and she kept the 7 and not the old gods, and 17 years before she had stood in a rainy solar, and wept that her husband had carried death into her house in the shape of a dark-haired babe. She had watched that babe grow beside her own children. She had set his cradle next to Rob's because she would not have a child sleep cold in her house, and she had told herself for years that it was only decency and not love, and she knew now, lying to herself in the small, useful way that lets a proud woman do a kind thing without admitting she wants to. She came to Jon after the roaring had spent itself in the press of the feast, and she did not kneel, but she took his face in both her hands, the way she had taken it once when he was small and fevered, and no one else's mother was there to do it. And she looked at him a long moment, the son of the woman her husband had loved before her. The dragon she had feared would burn her children in their beds. "I owe you an apology 17 years old," Catelyn said low for him alone. "Not for anything I did. I fed you and I clothed you, and I never once let you go cold or hungry, and I'll not pretend to a cruelty I didn't commit, but for a thing I felt and let myself feel, longer than I should have. I looked at you for years and saw a danger to my children, and you were never that, Jon. You were only ever another child in a cold house who deserved a mother's warmth and got a lady's duty instead, and if I had my years again I'd give you the warmth, and I'm old enough now to say so." Her thumbs moved along his cheekbones. "You spared 20,000 men who came to kill you. My Rob would have done the same, and I raised him to it, and I'll take some small credit for the raising. But you, no one raised you to mercy. You chose it, out of a blood half the realm calls mad, in a family that had every reason to make you hard. That's not the North in you, and it's not the dragon in you. That's just you, and it's the finest thing I've seen in 17 years of watching you become it." She kissed his brow, the way a mother does, the way she had not quite let herself do before. "I keep the 7, and I'll not swear you an oath before your heathen tree. But I'll give you a mother's blessing, which is older than any god and worth more than any oath, and I give it freely, and I should have given it years ago. Be a good king, Jon. You already know how. You've known how since you were a boy, throwing his bouts so the men wouldn't have to lose. Go and be it. And come home to us after, all of you, you and Rob both, for I have buried enough of the people I love, and I am done with it." And Jon, who had grown up in the cool shade of that woman's careful duty, and never once resented it, because he had understood young that a lady who fed a stranger's child every day for 17 years was giving what she had even when she could not give what she wished, bent his crowned head and let his uncle's wife bless him like a mother, and it healed a thing in both of them that neither had ever quite named. Around them the family closed in, because a crowning is a great matter of state, and also underneath, only a family watching one of its own becomes something enormous. Arya, who had never once in her life curtsied and did not start now, punched her brother cousin in the arm and told him a crown made his big ears look bigger, and was delighted with herself. Sansa, older and graver, curtsied with perfect courtesy and then ruined it by throwing her arms around him. Bran wanted to know if a king could still climb the broken tower, and was gravely assured that this king could and would. Rickon, too small to understand any of it, wanted only to pull Ghost's tail, and Ghost, who had killed a man in the dark for this family and howled once at the crowning of its king, suffered the small hands with the patience of a beast who had decided, long ago, exactly which pack was his. And Robb stood at the edge of it, the lord who would have Winterfell, watching his brother be crowned above him without a splinter of envy anywhere in him. And when Jon caught his eye across the laughing children, Robb only grinned and mouthed 2 words, "Idiot king," which was the truest oath of loyalty in the whole of that hall, and both of them knew it, and neither would ever say so. The feast ran until the candles guttered, and the songs were already being made before the meat was cold, and the river lords who had come north to see a dragon rode home to raise the trident for a king the faith called lawful, and Oberyn Martell drank the greatjohn under a bench, and then stood on it to toast a reckoning yet to come. But the king slipped out of his own crowning near the end of it, quietly, the way he did most things, and only 2 people saw him go, and both of them followed, because both of them had been there at the start of it. Ned found Jon in the crypt, where else, standing before Lyanna's statue with the bronze and iron crown still on his dark head, and Ghost a pale shape among the stone kings, and the boy was looking up at the carved face of a mother he had never seen, a face the mason had finally, after 17 years, gotten right. "I don't remember her," Jon said, when Ned's torch threw its light across the stone. "I've stood here 1,000 times, my whole life, trying, and there's nothing. Just this face in the rock, and the things you've told me. And tonight they crowned me for her in a way, for the promise she made you make, and I stood in that hall with a crown on my head and thought, I'm doing this for a woman I can't even remember." He turned, and the crown caught the torchlight. "Is that mad? To spend a realm's blood and my whole life on a debt to a stranger in a rock?" "No," Ned said. He came and stood beside his sister's son, the way he had stood beside him on the wall at Moat Cailin and in the Godswood cleaning ice, and in 100 cold places over 17 years. "It's the least mad thing there is. Every good thing men do, they do for someone they can't fully reach. The dead, the unborn, a god they've never seen, a country most of them will never travel. You don't have to remember her to keep faith with her, Jon. I've kept faith with a promise I made in a tower for 17 years, and there were nights I could barely remember her face myself, and it never once mattered because faith isn't a thing you feel. It's a thing you do, over and over, on the days you feel it and the days you don't, until you look up and it's the whole shape of your life." He looked up at his sister's stone face. "She'd know you, though. That's the part I wish I could give you and can't. She'd take one look at the boy who called for quarter in a field he had every right to drown in blood, and she'd know you for hers, and she'd be so proud of you that she'd never once say it out loud, because that was her way, same as it's yours. You come by the not saving things honest, both sides. It's the truest thing about you." Jon looked at the stone a long moment. Then he did a thing he had never done, being a boy who was raised humble and had only just been made a king. He took the ancient crown off his own head, the bronze and iron crown of 8,000 years of kings of winter, and he set it down at the foot of Lyanna Stark's statue, in the cold and the dark, at the feet of the woman it had all been for. "Then it's hers first," he said. "Tonight, anyway. Tomorrow I'll wear it and be the king and do the sums and spend the lives and try to be worth all of it. But tonight it's hers. She's the one who paid for it. She paid first and she paid most, and she never got to see a day of it, and the least her son can do, the very least, is give her the crown for one night in the dark before he goes and spends the rest of his life earning it." He stepped back from the stone. "Is that all right, father? To give it back to her for a night?" And Eddard Stark, who had carried a babe out of a bloody tower 17 years before, and spent every day since keeping the hardest promise a man ever made, looked at his sister's son standing bareheaded and uncrowned and kingly, beyond any crown before the stone that had cost them both everything, and found that the thing he had been holding in his chest since a tower that smelled of blood and roses had at long last come quietly loose. Ned said. "It's more than all right. It's the first truly kingly thing you've done, and you did it where no one could see it, which is the only place kingly things are worth anything at all." He put his hand on the back of Jon's neck, the old way, the Stark way, the way of a family that could not say the largest things and so said them with their hands. "Come up when you're ready. There's no hurry. The dead keep better time than the living, and she's waited 17 years. She can spare her boy an hour. Far to the east, across the narrow sea, in a city of colored brick under a hotter sun, a silver-haired girl not much older than the new king of the north stood over 3 eggs turned to stone by centuries, and did not yet know that a nephew she had never heard of wore a bronze crown at the top of the world, and had a better claim than her brother's whole hungry line, and would one day be a name she had to reckon with. She did not know it, and Jon did not know her, and the game that Varys had warned of in a scrap of paper tied to a gray pigeon went on turning, larger than the north, larger than the neck, larger than any promise made in any tower, and it would bring the wolf dragon and the last true daughter of old Valyria toward each other across the years, the way winter brings the snows slowly, and then all at once. But that was the horizon, and horizons are for the morning. Tonight the snow fell soft on Winterfell, on a hall still ringing with the king in the north, on 45,000 men who had come for a word and stayed to crown it, on a fat lord and a bare woman and a grieving father and a cold, calculating one and all the hard sworn houses of a country that kept its faith the way other countries kept their gold. And below the singing, in the cold and the dark among the stone kings of 8,000 years, an old bronze crown sat at the feet of a girl in stone, and her son stood bareheaded beside her with a white wolf at his side, keeping her company 1 hour longer, because a promise kept true for 17 years does not end at a crowning. It only at last comes home. Chapter 10 End.